Disc golf has long been proud of its independence. Since our origins, we've said no to the normal 9 to 5 and embraced a lifestyle filled with the unknown. It's had its ups and its downs. Yet because of this individuality, our sport still uniquely stands out and is now thriving. We are not the sport of decades past. Yet the same goal of individuality and freedom to pursue this unique passion remains. So this holiday weekend, embrace the spirit of independence and shape a future that reflects your truest self. The 2024 Des Moines Challenge starts now.
Welcome to the Metropolitan Area Business Wire magazine, titled The Third Largest Insurance Capital of the World. You're watching the True Bank Des Moines Challenge on the Disc Golf Network. Welcome to Tournament Central. Grant Zellner alongside the left-handed legend Brian Earhart. Brian, here we are in Des Moines, where the story always, every single year, is the weather. They've had a lot of rain over the last few days. It's been bright and sunny the last couple. Rain may stay away today, but likely in the forecast at some point during the course of the weekend. We're just going to have to roll with the punches this week.
I feel like players are experienced enough to not get their hopes up when they come out here to Pickard Park. Just this time of year in the Midwest, you're going to get some random storm cells. We have some of those days out here too, playing tournaments here for a long time where it says, 10% chance of rain. And then, of course, you get that 10% chance of rain. Players know what to expect out here. Ty Tanat, tournament director, is very experienced dealing with these types of things, putting out fires, making these really tough decisions when the weather gets bad. They got some horrible rain earlier in the week, and it made the water level on holes 4 and 5 rise to a point where they weren't even sure if they were going to get to play the standard holes the way that they were designed. Ty was even looking at getting some sort of water pump to try to lower the levels. I mean, at this point, he knows what to expect, and he was ready to pull the trigger if need be. Today, water levels are down. It's not like the basket on 4 is going to be 3 feet away from the water line. I think they're going to have a little bit of space. Can't wait to see the players attack Pickard this weekend.
So for the time being, the Bucket Brigade is on standby. They may have to come into play by the end of the weekend, but for now, all the OB lines, everything set and ready to go. Players say the course has actually drained pretty well. A few sloppy places here and there, but nothing egregious as we now take a fly over the course, looking here at the beginning, which starts out in the open, not far from where we're sitting right now, and then a few dives into the woods.
When we talk about championship style disc golf, it seems like all of the players on the tour say, I want a mix. Give me park style, give me some woods, give me elevation to play with. This course has everything. And even before the Des Moines Challenge was a Disc Golf Pro Tour event, Pickard was still a top-tier course. And now after all the changes that Ty and the entire disc golf community out here in Des Moines has done out here, it keeps getting better and better, and the spirit of this course still remains. It's incredible how thematic to this course they make some of these new holes. And 17, 18, that we'll talk about probably in detail throughout the weekend, match that perfectly, in my opinion.
Yeah, a number of holes as we fly through here, the mid portions of the course, a number of holes, little tweaks here and there, things you might notice if you've been following this event in a detailed way over the last few years. But most of the tweaks on these holes, cosmetic more or less in nature, maybe some small changes to an OB area thanks to, a tree going down in a storm or something like that. But when we get to the closing holes, talking about 17 and 18, what you're going to see are the most significant changes on the course, significant changes that have been a little bit polarizing for the players. Players either love them or hate them. A few love 17, dislike 18, some the inverse of that. Interesting stuff, and it makes for an exciting finish. We haven't even had to see one yet, but we know it's going to be.
Well, I think I've heard the phrase in the past, good art is both equally loved and hated. And when you look at a hole like 17, It's straightforward. It tells you what it wants you to do. There's 2 fairways to pick. I've seen players like Calvin Heimberg showing off the left gap in practice, but you want to push this OB in the first landing zone as far as you possibly can. Depth perception is the challenge here on 17. If you don't get far enough up the fairway after hitting the gap, you're not going to be able to see those OB stakes that create this island that the basket's sitting in. So the closer you get to the initial OB line, the better your depth perception is, because you'll know where the front of the OB is.
And eagle-eyed viewers will notice that island is in the shape of the state of Iowa. Pretty cool creative touch there by the course designers. We move to the 18th, where the story here is right out the gap.
Oh man, Grant, I cannot wait to see this one play out down the stretch. This might be the tightest gap the players have to face off of an 18th all season long. I think of maybe hole 18 at Idlewild, but man, Grant, this is a tough tee shot.
Really forces you to execute on the first shot. Then all of a sudden you get out here in the open where, as I mentioned, when I talked about the fact that weather is always the story, with passing afternoon clouds and the occasional storm, even if the storm doesn't impact our immediate area, sometimes it impacts the winds in this area, and you'll end up with a sudden gust of wind or a time of wind, sometimes 15 or 20 minutes. And I don't know that any hole is more exposed than this section of 18.
Well, the interesting thing about the change on 18, putting it back in the woods like they did, now that little right gap that creates a double fairway is now an option. Players can throw a power turnover out the gap and push it more right. It's a tighter gap on that right side, but they don't have to deal with the OB. Also, if you're trying to hyzer out the gap on 18 with something stable, you're going to have to challenge that OB line on the left if you want to even see the basket. So we're going to see some heroics late on 18 for the FPO and MPO tee shots.
Well, speaking of the players' reactions to this, we made sure to ask some of them about it during yesterday's press conference. Ganon Burr, nobody better, the local boy, talking about the changes to the course.
I think the mixed reactions from players is them thinking it doesn't fit their play style. I've talked to some players saying certain trees are fluky. I know on 17, a couple hyzer flip players are not happy about a tree on the right. And for me, that doesn't even come close to in play. And, I know in 18 as well, there's trees, once you get past the initial gap, there's a couple on the left. I heard a couple players complaining about that. It's, it's fluky. It's, you hit the initial gap, you should get rewarded. I know someone complained about one of the trees just dead straight on 18. And I was asking them, and I was like, well, what shot are you throwing? They're like, oh, I'm throwing a hyzer flip right down the middle. I'm like, well, that's not the play. Like, you got to adjust to the course. Not every hole is going to fit your play style. And so I think that's probably the only reason people are a little, angry. But then you have people that love them. Some people love 17, hate 18, love 18, hate 17. I loved how they came out. They're going to play really good down the stretch, considering, if you're up 2, you're not safe anymore, where last year it kind of felt like that. So, you could be up even 4 strokes, and, triple bogey on 17 is a very likely score if you miss that first drop zone.
Everybody has an opinion. If I have to choose who I'm going to follow, it's probably this guy, though. He holds the course record from last year's first round at Pickard Park, and I really like what he had to say about understanding what the course is or isn't giving you and trying to execute toward that purpose.
Well, I've talked about this previously, but Ganon Burr is going to set a new standard. And again, he's still so young, 18 years old. It's hard to even think about that sometimes, Grant, with how much we talk about him. But he's going to change the game of disc golf. Ricky Wysocki always played that power flex style for the longest time. Paul Macbeth played that beautiful nose-up, hyzer flip, shape the disc style for such a long time, and they gave us so much to look at. He's taken a little bit of both, and now developing the hyzer flip this year, he's got a very universal game, and he's told me in the past that he's trying really hard to develop a play style that has an answer every single time he steps up to a tee pad. I remember again at Nevin last year, we've talked about this, he got stuck a couple of times, and he had to throw the hyzer flip, and I think it kind of opened his eyes to what he needed to work on, and now, man, I think he can say things like this to other players out there on the tour. You got to develop a different release point. You got to be able to throw that ante to flat, the hyzer to flat, and the flat to flat, and he does all 3 really well right now.
He also spoke very candidly yesterday about adjusting to the fact that the target is a little bit on his back right now. He's pretty much the undisputed leader thus far in the 2024 season, with half a season yet to go. And he knows that he is the man to beat on a week in and week out basis, and he is getting more and more comfortable with that, even on days when he admits he doesn't have his best stuff.
Well, and that's what I love hearing from Ganon. He was mentioning this in the press conference. It's that concept of mental flexibility. He says, you know what, I'm going to talk negatively to myself, but I'm not going to let it affect the next shot that I throw. He's not going to let these negative comments turn into a self-fulfilling prophecy that snowballs over time. I think that's a hard lesson to learn. Some players just try to avoid the negative self-talk. He tries to be brutally honest with himself, and if something's unacceptable, he's going to say it. And for him to say that he didn't bring his best stuff to the preserve, I mean, and then still finish the way he did, that's fantastic. But it's great to hear him finally speak at the Portland stretch that he's finally playing the golf that he really wanted to play, and he's more obsessed with the game of disc golf than ever before.
He certainly is the undisputed leader of the youth movement in the sport of disc golf, at least at this time. But that's not to slight the experienced group of players that are here and contending week in and week out, including guys like Simon Lizotte, a player who just 2 years ago here gave us a real treat in that playoff victory over Robert Burridge. I don't recall if that's the first time we saw the victory lap from Simon, but it was early in the victory lap era from Simon, and it was one of those crowd galvanizing moments on tour. At least it was for me. Simon is here. He played at the Preserve coming off of paternity leave. He is getting back into form and looking forward to a great week. We heard from Simon at the press conference.
Overthinking is one of my biggest weaknesses, and maybe most athletes' biggest weakness. And if you only have so limited amount of practice, if you only seen the course one time at Music City a couple months ago, I literally didn't see it at all because I was dealing with an injury and I played 8 holes before the tournament. There's really no chance to overthink because you only have one shot. You got to throw it. You haven't played the course multiple times. You haven't thrown multiple shots on each hole. And for me, that has been working.
When you're going back home, like you just played the Preserve and flew home and came back, are you getting reps in up there in Worcester?
Not much, no. When I'm home, it's pretty much full daddy duty, especially my daughter is 10 weeks old today. So it's crazy. The last 10 weeks have been absolute blur. I try to be as much there for my wife as I can when I'm home, of course. I try to make YouTube videos every now and then. I wouldn't really call those practicing. It's more like Frisbee entertainment, and I get to like try different stuff out there. I really don't touch my actual tournament disc golf bag too much when I'm filming, but it's all fun stuff. And that's one of my main things ever since I really been on tour is as long as I'm having fun, that's really all I'm looking for.
Brian, I don't know if there's a player on tour, at least I can't think of one, who does better in situations where you think they may be either a bit under the weather or a bit underprepared for an event. Simon seems to excel in those situations.
I feel like that's what he needs to be in order to compete and play his best golf, because I still think when it comes to the backhand throw, even after all the injuries and the toning down of the throw, he is still the most talented guy in the field when it comes to throwing a disc. And for him, his battle is, how do I fend off apathy? How do I stay locked in the moment and enjoy myself? I've been doing this since I was a kid. And you know what? I think I've spoken about this before, but when he was a kid, disc golf for him was just throwing ace runs. He was only focused on throwing the disc into the basket off the tee, didn't care about putting or scoring or anything like that. When he can tap into that mindset, pure intuition, stepping up, seeing a line, making it happen with his body, that's when he wins tournaments. And it feels like he's pulling us along with him. It feels like there's a magic aura around him when he taps into that. And I've played with him on tour in the past where the apathy got the best of him. And he mentioned it in the press conference earlier, talking about how he questions, why am I here? Why am I even doing this? And I think he's learned that lesson over time. This game is not played the same each and every person. And I think he's starting to really figure out the formula for what works best for him.
He's certainly maintained that youthful fearlessness, even as he's gained experience. And that's a unique ability to balance that dichotomy for sure. FPO on tap. FPO already on the course. We preview the action to come later on this morning on the Disc Golf Network right after this.
Beth at 69.
I just told myself, you got to will this one in there. Whatever you have, just will it in there.
This man is unbelievable. This is what athletes live for. This is the moment.
I'm David Wiggins, and in 2016, I set the disc golf world distance record with a throw of 1,108 feet. Whether I'm out in the field measuring a max distance throw, or on the course checking the elevation change for an upshot, I rely on the Eagle Secret 360 to give me accurate distances. It's the only rangefinder on the market that measures in feet, yards, and meters. It's USB-C rechargeable and features a lithium-ion battery. Visit EagleSecret360.com to get yours today.
Also on the Disc Golf Network this weekend, the Finnish Nationals. DGN Pro subscribers can see Finnish Nationals play out this weekend. This will also give you access to the European Open coming up later this month, especially for DGN Pro subscribers. Don't miss out on some exciting disc golf going on right now in Europe. Evelina Salonen leading the FPO field by 5 after the hot round.
If you just want to get a different glimpse of what disc golf is like over there, I highly recommend checking out some of the coverage. And again, some of the players, so many players up there with so much talent. Cannot wait to see who develops over time and comes back over here to the United States.
See some other names there on the leaderboard that have gotten very familiar over the course of 2024, including Silva Saarinen, who went 5 for 5 during the 5 weekends of June. One of those unique months that has 5 weekends. She won all of them on tour. She is an up-and-coming star. And this is a good way to segue into the sort of, I don't want to call it a battle, but there's something of a balancing act in motion right now in the world of pro disc golf when you have the rise and the continuing betterment of the game in Europe juxtaposed with the U.S. Tour. Players are now having to make real important decisions about where they're going to play because they're sort of comparing apples to apples for maybe the first time really in the history of the game. They need to decide how they're going to spend their resources, how they're going to spend their time, and where they're going to try to have the most success with so many great events going on at the same time around the globe.
Well, and I'd like to ask kind of what your opinion is too, because I mean, you look at the world of golf and it's not like the players are always jumping back and forth continent to continent. There's different tours in the States. There's different tours in Europe. There's tours all over the place that you can make a very solid living on, obviously. But in disc golf, we kind of have to pick and choose where the best tournaments are for your pocketbook for the most part. And some players have that luxury nowadays of being able to pick based on what they choose to play. But in a perfect world, how do we balance these two tours? Do we do every other weekend, 16 tournaments in the States, 16 tournaments in Europe, and we go every other weekend so the players have more time to prepare? Do we block the U.S. and then go to Europe? What do you think, Grant? What's the best solution? It's
a jigsaw puzzle. It's not going to be a straight line. It's going to overlap. There's going to be some more maturing in that area of the game in terms of scheduling. But we've all seen in sports like tennis and golf, individual sports, we've seen players that can take on one of a number of strategies. Some players will choose to play the European tour, the global tour, and they'll choose to commit to it for an entire year. Others will commit to the tour in the United States. Even European players will decide, I'll live the whole year in the U.S., I'll play just that tour, with maybe one or two exceptions. And then you have players that have the luxury of picking and choosing all of their events, and they're the kind of players often that are trying to peak for majors, right? So they might put the majors on the calendar first and then work backwards from there and pick and choose a handful of other events wherever they may be. And of course, they might have some financial incentives to pick certain events. I think that's what's coming in the very near future for disc golf. And I think players will have to choose a strategy while at the same time the powers that be are trying to find an organizational structure that allows for multiple tours at the same time.
Well, I will say one last thought here. If the European Tour continues to grow and the players maybe in Europe choose to stay overseas instead of coming over to the United States, it makes those major championships even more prestigious, especially the World Championships next year in Europe.
It's going to be an exciting time. Missy Ganon's ready to go to Europe. Missy Ganon showed up at the press conference yesterday wearing the colors of her nation. Let's hear what she had to say.
Kind of that midpoint, I do go to Europe next week, so, one event at a time, but this is a busy time of year, and kind of that that time where I'm feeling pretty good. I think it's like the turn. So yeah, I'm feeling pretty good. You know, I have historically had better second halves to the season. So this is kind of the first year that I feel like I've started off pretty hot. And so yeah, I hope that it won't be any different. They'll have a strong second half as well. And so far I feel great. I feel healthy. I'm taking it easy. I'm being really mindful of how much practice I have. And yeah, just trying to stay healthy and avoid any injuries. And I've been able to do that so far.
Missy Ganon's first Disc Golf Pro Tour win came right here in Des Moines in 2021, and look at the growth since then. Now she's coming off of her third Elite Series win or major in 2024 alone. She's representing her country at the President's Cup later on this month. What an arc to her career that we are witnessing in real time.
So many things playing out right now. I mean, again, getting to go represent her country as kind of the leader. She and Ella Hansen are the FPO players that are chosen to represent the country over there, with Holland and Owen not going to be able to be present. I think Missy has an opportunity to cement herself as one of the great FPO players of all time. I mean, she's come on so strong and won so much so fast, especially when it matters the most. And I think, again, now we have Missy Ganon in the spot that great players like Paige Pierce, Paul Macbeth, Ricky Wysocki, players that are now getting to design their own discs, and she gets that opportunity with the Captain's Thrasher from Discraft. She's thrilled. I talked to her about it off camera. It's just an awesome time for Missy, and I think this weekend she's the one to beat.
No doubt about it. You can't think Iowa disc golf without thinking of another player, though, and that player is the legend Juliana Korver. Juliana Korver from this area. Juliana Korver, if not the designer of the original Pickard Park layout, one of the designers in an impromptu committee that laid this course out some 20-plus years ago. Juliana gave us a quick history lesson about Pickard Park yesterday.
After grad school, I moved to Indianola. I lived about a mile from where the course is right now, and there was no course in town. A local church group had some money. They wanted to build something for their youth, and somehow I got connected with that group, and we convinced them, and then we went to the city and convinced the city that we should put a disc golf course in here. And so that was probably late 90s. If you went back to 99 or 2000, I would say back then I was far superior to what I am now. But in 2004, my heart wasn't quite in it anymore. I was already starting to think, what's the next step? So I may be as good as I was then. I mean, it's so hard to compare, but disc technology helps a lot with my current game. So that has helped me stay close to what the top level is.
Juliana, so candid, talking about the evolution of her game, not just in what some might call her prime, but now in her second career, where you just mentioned to me off camera, Brian, it's not like she's any slouch. Even if she thinks her game isn't where it was, it probably is, and then some. At least it is by rating.
She's higher rated now than she was in 2004. And if you look at that 2004 season, she was first or second, I believe, at every single tournament she played except for the World Championships here in Des Moines, which I know was a big disappointment for her. But to stay at the level she's at, she's having a great season. She's playing a little bit more age-protected, FP40, FP50. She has 2 FP50 majors under her belt this year. But I asked her at the press conference, is it still just chasing after the major championships? What is this second career to you now? And she said it's just soaking in the moment, soaking in the opportunity to be out here with the community that she loves so much, that's given her so much. And again, we got to see her freestyling in the intro of this broadcast, and that almost gave me chills, because that just shows what a legend she truly is just across the board. She has so much respect from so many disc disciplines, and disc golf is just another notch in the belt for her.
She's certainly going to be relying on familiarity with these grounds, as well as, like she said, disc technology. She'll be out there flipping discs out there with the best of them. She'll have to chase down players like the next one we're going to talk about, which is Holland Hanley. Holland, of course, one of the longest throwers in the entire field, but she has managed to sort of harness her own talents in a way this season that she hadn't been able to do in years past. We knew it was there, but she herself has managed to sort of corral herself in a way and has led to a season that may end up being historic with regard to podium finishes.
8 podium finishes so far, Grant. A victory at the Beaver State Fling. Currently, she is 4th C1 regulation, 3rd C2 regulation, 4th fairway hits. She's killing the disc off the tee right now, and she's only trailing players like Evelina Salonen and Kristen Tatar. She's right up there with everybody. And now she's putting when it matters. It seemed like every final round that we saw Holland Hanley in for quite some time, even though she was playing phenomenal, would just bleed those little few strokes on the elementary things that would cost her the victory. And it was so wonderful at the Beaver State Fling to watch her clean up those mistakes and take down Owen Scoggins.
Well, let's talk about Owen, because I'm going to blow your mind with a stat that I didn't know. In all of her career, and it's been a long one, Owen Scoggins has never played in the state of Iowa.
Could be a nice change of pace for Owen Scoggins. Grant, I have a stat for you as well, my friend. We look at the stat of strokes gained putting. Second place, Silva Saarinen at 55 strokes. Lucky Lorenzen, 54 strokes. It's pretty tightly packed there. Owen Scoggins at 90 strokes gained putting, almost doubling second place. She is murdering the field in the putting category. Again, what do you do? It feels like she's kind of the bunny rabbit that's on the stick, that's carrying the pace for the rest of the field to race behind. You know she's not going to falter. You know she's not going to change speeds. Maybe once in a while she pops off a weekend like she did at Open at Austin, but you have to play flawless golf in order to beat Owen Scoggins. She's going to always show up and put up a good number because she doesn't make those elementary mistakes.
Not at all. As a matter of fact, 21 of her last 22 events, she's finished in the top 10. 15 straight top 10 finishes at major or elite series events. Incredible stuff from Owen. Incredible stuff from a youngster joining our coverage today. If you haven't heard of Elizra Midling, you will soon enough. Power for days and catching up now in terms of the maturing, learning how to live a life on tour. An impressive young lady.
She loves it. And of course, she said as a kid, her family traveled a lot together. It's always been something that she's loved. She posted on Instagram recently just saying how much she sorely missed being on tour. She went home, she said hi to everybody, and then she came back out here. This is one of the few players in FPO that's cracking the 70-mile-an-hour mark, and she is just smoking the disc right now, Grant. And the thing that I will say that I'm proud of is watching her touch come along. She mentioned it earlier in the week. She's trying to even go into her practice rounds and throw faster discs than she needs to practice that touch, practice slowing down and controlling the angles even at a slower pace. And right now, she kind of has that classic power player syndrome. She's 11th on tour in birdies per round. She's averaging over 5 birdies per round, but she's also averaging over 5 bogeys per round, just under 6 at 5.8. She's 12th on tour in that stat category. So over time, she's going to learn how to clean up the bogeys and hopefully add a few more birdies on there. We're going to see her up there in the top 5 every week.
Brian, I hate to interrupt you. The viewers may have been able to hear this in the background, literally several hundred yards beyond us and down the hill. There's quite a gathering around hole number 5, a big cheering group there. They're there every year. They just roared a few moments ago, and it's because of this. Lexi Marks with the ace over the water at the 5th. She cards the ace on the par 3. We're going to see it in just a few minutes on the main broadcast. All the reason why you need to make sure you stay with us here on the Disc Golf Network as we move into FPO coverage later this morning. And here are how things stand out there on the course.
Not too shabby for Lexi Marks. Illinois represent. Delwood Disc Golf represent. Congratulations to Lexi. Hopefully she finishes out the round strong as well.
Another Alexis Mondahano off to a great start after a little bit of a layoff on tour. Going to be an exciting morning with excellent lead cards. Check that featured cards for day number 1 coming your way right here on the Disc Golf Network. For Brian Earhart, I'm Grant Zellner. We'll see you at the midday from Tournament Central in Des Moines.
to beautiful Des Moines, Iowa for the True Bank Des Moines Challenge presented by DGA. The weather is perfect in Iowa today. Can the field take advantage and steal some strokes from Pickard Park? You'll find out live on the Disc Golf Network. Zoe, let's watch some disc golf. And we are getting right into the action. Lexi Marks, tee of 5. Two off the lead.
Oh my goodness. What a way to start this broadcast in her first round, making her first mark on Disc Golf Network. Let's go.
Get it, Lexi. And let's check out our one-shot replay on this. Lexi Marks 1.
And there's quite a bit of wind out there. You have to think, Ian, that is just a remarkable moment. Wow.
And grabbing to share the lead with that too, Zoe.
From the tee
It
pad.
didn't mean nothing. It meant something right there. Welcome into the booth in Iowa. I'm Ian Anderson. That's Zoe Andike over there. We're back in Des Moines. This is the spot where, speaking of marks, where Missy Ganon made her mark on tour.
That's right. Perfect segue. Missy Ganon really started it all off right here. She proved to herself she could hoist the trophy, and that's what did it. It set her confidence into the right track, and we've seen Big Money Missy stay solid on the tour ever since.
She's having her best year ever right now.
I was just going to mention that, Ian.
Yeah.
She has kind of silently been just killing it, meaning she's already won 3 events. She's got a major. She's got a pro tour win. Missy is strong, confident, and also very healthy. A lot of players at this time of the year might be feeling a little bit of fatigue, but Missy is in commanding fashion, both mentally and physically. I got to think about how before Missy actually made her start on the Disc Golf Pro Tour, her and Tom were already living their 9-to-5 jobs, very responsible, human beings, living their lives. And then she comes out on the tour and she has built a solid routine. The way that they travel, the way that she practices, and the way she sticks to her routine. Now she's winning. She's been winning since this event. She's got a couple of years just building and compiling on the experience. This woman could become unstoppable, and I feel like she is right there on top.
Yeah, she had this putt to grab her first Pro Tour win. 28-footer nailed. Not everybody can make that putt to win your first Pro Tour, event. So that's incredible.
That's right. 28 feet. It was within 1 stroke.
Yeah.
Clutching up and knowing that you can push past that mark.
Shout out to Jessica Weiss for pushing Missy Ganon back there. She got 2nd place. There she is, Missy Ganon warming up.
And it is beautiful weather. I love how you talked about that in the very beginning. When we're in the Midwest, it is a flip of a coin as to if we're going to have some crazy, treacherous rainstorms or we're going to have a lot of wind, a lot of humidity. I mean, there's so much that can happen out here.
Yeah, speaking of humidity, we're talking to our man, Brian Earhart. He is on the ground. How's it feel, Brian? No, Zoe and I were just outside a couple seconds ago. It's perfect out there.
That's what I'm saying. Sometimes when you play in this high humidity, it's like you're playing with like a heavy weighted blanket on your back.
Mm-hmm.
And right now, look at that. Only 76%. And if we're saying only, that is fantastic news for Iowa.
Yep, and 68 degrees, a nice comfortable disc golf temperature.
I am going to argue a little bit with that wind speed. I'm seeing bigger gusts.
Are you?
Yeah.
Okay.
But doesn't seem to affect a lot of our players so far. We're seeing some pretty good scores.
Mm-hmm. There is your opening hole. And your second feature card should be headed there shortly.
All right, for our chase card.
The wave naturally there.
Teeing off first, we have a 3-time Disc Golf Pro Tour FPO champion from Cibolo, Texas. Please welcome Valerie Mandujano. Teeing off second, another 3-time Disc Golf Pro Tour FPO champion from Charlotte, North Carolina. Please welcome Haley King. Next is our 2023 FPO champion from the Jonesboro Open from Rosebud, Arkansas, Kat Murch. And rounding out our card, we have our 2024 FPO champion from the Beaver State Fling from Grapevine, Texas. Please welcome Holland Hanley.
While they make their way down the fairway, let's check out Andak's analysis, brought to you by our friends at blackinkdisc.com, the premium disc golf store.
Well, we're in for a treat all weekend long. This Pickard Park is so well designed. I had so much fun walking around it. The players are going to need to take advantage of both sides, the backhand and the sidearm. There's a lot of sloped fairways and greens, and you're going to want to be able to hyzer in on both angles on both sides. You've got to study and know the landing zones as well. If you're just a little bit short or just a little bit too far, there's like 20-foot landing zones in a lot of places. You're going to have to take a stroke to pitch up, or you're going to go into OB. The players really have to study this course. It's not just a gimme and a blast off the tee. And then there's mental toughness. We mentioned it earlier, we have really good weather today, but when the humidity is high and the sun is out, it is extremely hard to focus on your shot.
Lexi Marks, par putt on 6. Lexi, the pride of Peru, Illinois. You know producer Mo loves her. Oh.
A solid putt there.
Co-leader, she stays. Nicely done. Over to Manduhano in her second on hole 1.
So even though she left that one a little bit short off the tee, she's got 4 strokes to play with. It's kind of a softer par 4. If you can get to that initial tree in the middle of the fairway, 350 feet out there, you're looking at birdie. Otherwise, it's just a solid par.
A live look down from our Flight Factory drone. Great look at hole 1.
Perfectly defined OB. I love how even the mowing is in perfect alignment with the fairway and what the designers are asking you to throw. It's just beautiful out here.
Holland throwing 2.
Solid approach from Holland Hanley. She's going to have to make about a 25-footer.
Kat Merchant, her second. That should work for Kat.
Gotta love how Cat Merch just comes onto the course every day with a fresh personality, fresh perspective, and she's very individual. She hypes herself up, and she stays within her own aura for her game.
Look at this drive from King, Zoe.
That was huge. It's such an easy approach. I would have liked to see a whole lot closer to the basket. You got to take advantage of the big distance when you have that.
Absolutely. Putting a little more pressure on the putter than you'd like early. Missy Ganon and the crew teeing off in just about 10 minutes. Before that, they're going to sneak in a quick break on the network. We'll be right back.
What's up, guys? It's Ezra Robinson, and I'm here to show you how to use bird sauce from Dirty Birdie. Put a little dab on your fingers or wherever you want grip. Once you fan it, get some air on there, turns to chalk, and this will stay on for 6 to 9 holes. Clips to my bag, super easy, and I don't have to worry about it every single hole.
What's up? I'm Raven, Team Zuka. Here's what's in my cart. All my main discs are in this bottom compartment, easily accessible at mouth and eye level. My treats are in the side pockets up there. It's inconvenient, but good for self-control. A feature I'm iffy on is those unpoppable foam tires. I have tried. They don't pop. But my favorite thing about my cart is when my mom grabs it, I know I'm going O-U-T. And there's squirrels out there.
Nexus Firefly, one of my Tour Series, KC Pro Glow Rock, unbeatable team of the Toro and the Rat. The fairway driver that rules them all, the Sexton Firebirds, Calvin Halo Destroyer. Hi, I'm Innova Team Captain Nate Sexton, and this is my 2024 in the bag.
Welcome back to the Des Moines Challenge. And head over to the Pro Shop and check out our Out of Bounds series. Look at that stamp, though. It's so cool.
Yeah, I really like when you get kind of like a whole cartoon picture on a stamp. It makes you look at it right before you throw it and just really have this visualization of, man, I'm going to throw it in.
Out of Bounds. Enjoy nature out there with your DGA discs. Love that. Head over to the Pro Shop. Cat Merch, birdie putt on 1. You saw Hanley make the birdie in the play through. Merch does the job. Marks, tee of 7.
Yeah, great shot.
Lovely. There's the gang headed to 2's tee. Couple birdies, couple pars from your second feature card. They just updated King to a bogey. Merch throwing 1 on 2.
And that is exactly what you want to do, is push the distance, but do not scare yourself, you know, give yourself a little bit of unnecessary pressure from going to the out of bounds. But pushing up to the line is kind of the name of the game, as long as you know you can land it in bounds.
Hanley.
Playing a little more safe of a shot.
Still looks great, doesn't it?
And gets way up the fairway. Wow.
In business.
Incredible.
Monduhano. I feel you on that wind call earlier, Zoe. We're seeing some swirls out there. Some gusts.
And makes it a lot harder to land in bounds with those types of gusts. You got to throw more overstable plastic. So far, this chase card or second feature card is doing that well.
King. A little high. Stays in though, at least. You know?
Yeah, she'll have a little bit of that tree to contend with, but with somebody that has that much distance, I'd like to see Haley keep it a little bit lower, more of a line drive to get the distance around those trees. There's a huge elevation loss, 25 feet plus, coming down off of that tee pad.
Lexi Marks on 7 for the solo lead. And Lexi Marks, the first of 4 and your solo leader.
I like what I'm seeing.
So does she. We're going to sneak in one more break on the network. We'll be back with your feature card tee shots.
Down by 2 with 2 holes to go. Should I use my last 2 driving chips, or should I save them for the final tee shot?
Time delay, dude. That's a courtesy violation.
That's a stroke. You're down by 3 now, potty mouth.
The True Bank Des Moines Challenge is presented by DGA, first in disc golf. And your leader, Lexi Marks, takes the tee of 8. Her first year playing open. She's got a swing, Zoe.
Yeah, I'm thinking about how this is her first debut on Disc Golf Network. The cameras are at her back. They caught up with her after the ace, or for the ace, and she's continuing to putt and drive very solid.
Mm-hmm.
This is an exciting tournament for her to break out.
Usually that camera's the cooler, you know?
Yeah.
Lexi is playing right through it.
Biting down and still enjoying her shots.
And it is time for your feature card. Let's head down to 1.
Teeing off first for our feature card. She's a 5-time PDGA World Champion. She's also one of our original course designers for Pickard Park. Please give a warm home course welcome to Juliana Korver.
Good dig.
She's just playing this safely for par, but I was a little worried about that one.
Our 2021 Masters World Champion from Los Angeles, California. Please welcome Owen Scoggins.
And as we know, also playing for par, but will take the birdies as they come. Owen Scoggins is in great position in the middle of the fairway.
Next, we have our returning FPO champion from the 2021 Des Moines Challenge from Bacon, New York. Please welcome Missy Ganon.
A little bit more aggressive, but also very safe and the farthest up the fairway so far.
And making her Des Moines Challenge debut, she's a world distance champion, a U.S. distance champion, and a National Amateur Disc Golf Tour winner from 2024. Please welcome from Oceanport, New Jersey, Eliezra Mittling.
This woman destroys the disc, Zoe. It's so fun to watch.
It's true. She has some of the fastest hit speed I've ever seen. And so much rotation in that follow through. Look at where she's able to get the driver to. It makes it an easy approach from there.
Booming it up the fairway. Crazy impressive. And our man Brian Earhart is on the ground for a little idio walk and talk with 5-time world champion Juliana Korver. Take it away, Brian.
Juliana, we are here, hole 1, Pickard Park. Just another trip around a course that you helped lay in the ground. How do you feel?
It's heartwarming being back here. It feels like home. I've always loved this property, and the gratitude that I feel from the locals now it's just amazing.
Wind is maybe 5-10 miles an hour right now. Is this standard, or are we lucky right now?
I think you're being very generous saying it's only 5 to 10 miles an hour. I would say it's more like 15 miles an hour. Yeah, it's typically quite windy out here.
Juliana, good luck out there today.
Thank you.
Back to you.
Thank you, Brian and Juliana, for that. Let's check out on Holland Hanley while they get ready on 1. Second shot on hole 2. You saw the booming drive a few moments ago.
Taken down a little bit early in its flight, but at just inside of the circle.
Yeah, she'll have a look. Marks heading to the woods. Does she have a birdie look? This would be for a 2-stroke lead if it goes in somehow.
Yeah, there's a lot of cabbage in front of her, but if she can somehow get an elevator putt up and over, she could make it happen. Then you also have to think, Ian, do you want to be that dangerous, or do you want to just be smart and get up there for your par? That was a pretty good honest effort, and no trouble for her to card the par.
Back to 1, Corver, her second.
Oh,
my.
Look what the wind is doing to this plastic. That looked excellent out of her hands and then took a huge rise. Unlucky conditions.
Yeah. Looks like it dropped in bounds, though.
Yeah.
Yeah. Scoggins throwing 2. Trying to play the wind. Oh, she did that nicely, Zoe.
Yeah, she did. So it comes up a little short, but that's in own range. Back to Juliana's shot, though. I think she's kind of pinched off behind that tree. That's what was unlucky. It looked like she was just going to base the basket. She still got a chance.
Ganon, her second.
Keeps it nice and low. But Heiser's out a little outside of the circle. She's got a putt to make.
And it is looking gusty out there right
ripping.
now. Yeah, just from like 20 minutes ago, it looks dramatically different. Hanley to start 2 for 2.
Ian, you know what this means. I always watch Holland. I look at the body composure, and then if the first few putts go in, this is telling me we could see a smoking hot round out of Holland.
Mittling throwing 2. Almost pin high, Zoe. This drive was silly good.
Nice and easy. She just kept it low out of the wind, and she's outside of the bullseye. Well played first hole.
Agreed. T of 3, Hanley again. And T of 9 with your leader, Lexi Marks.
Check out this intimidating tee shot. That's like 25 feet straight uphill off of the end of the tee pad, and that's what can happen if you don't have throwing angles up and down hills, you know, kind of practiced and dialed.
An anti-skip out of bounds for your leader. Started her day with a bogey, so she knows how to bounce back, Zoe.
Solid.
Corver for birdie, and nicely pitched over for par.
That was a tough gap to get through. That was an awesome pitch up.
It was. Ganon walking to circle's edge, maybe a little inside. It's a birdie look.
Almost. Just off of her mark to the right a little bit, but she lands right behind the basket.
One more look at this. Ganon bid for birdie. Surfs off the rim.
I'm feeling like if that was even an inch or two inside, that would have stayed in.
With ya. Scoggins for birdie. You love her putt on a windy day, Zoe, but not that one.
You do. That was dead headwind, and I kind of think she was waiting for it to lift the putter a little bit, and it didn't.
Gotcha.
But it's swirly wind. It's not just dead head or dead tailwind. It's kind of swirling, so we're going to see some really mixed results.
Ganon coming back for par. High, but it does the job. Mittling, a birdie drop in to start her effort. Casually done, Zoe. That huge drive paying dividends, making that approach look.
I'm very excited that we have her on this feature card today. We're going to get to see some really big drives. This course already is so fun to play. I'm trying to hold myself back from saying, look how cool this hole is, but we're going to get to see Ellie Ezra just tearing it up on those distance drives.
There where your Masters contingent with the pars, Corver and Scoggins. And taking a look at your scores over in Finland. Not the only tournament happening this weekend.
Evelina has got that lead. She's got 5 strokes right now on Haley.
And kind of the big note there is Silva Saarinen, who has been on an absolute heater down in 5th. Battles her way back today, but that was a rough round 1 for her.
Yeah, but that just is speaking to how solid her season is and how solid of a player she has become. She was kind of almost shot herself out of it in the first round, and now she's 7 strokes up, or 7 spots up today.
Look at this.
Yeah.
Taking down 5 tournaments in June. It's not always, a month doesn't always have 5 weekends, you know?
Yeah, you got to think 5 wins in a month, and most all of them being at the highest level. Wow, that's fantastic, and a bonus to get 5 in 1 month.
For my paycheck people, that's like that, those 2 months in the year where you get 3 paychecks. You know, it's kind of like that.
Yeah.
She did it right there, though. Oh, my goodness.
June 2nd to June 30th. I think that she made the appropriate choices for her tour in 2024.
Accurate. And you've got code Europe 50 at the Finnish National Championship for your pro subscription. If you want to watch the disc golf over in Europe, use code Europe 50. You also get Tournament Central with that, and the European Open coming up very soon. So
you don't want to miss that.
You don't
the
want to miss that.
European Open brings the noise all the way from across the world. It's one of the biggest events we celebrate every year.
Mittling on 2.
And she's plenty safe there. Actually clear of the trees, too. She hyzered out enough. You can see her kind of grabbing her heart.
Yeah.
She's trying to go out wide. Got away with one there, and she's well up the fairway.
Marks and her 3rd after the OB drive. It's on hole 9. Just looking for the up and down bogey here. She's got a nice sidearm too, Zoe.
Yeah, that's the first one we've seen, and it looks like she's got the shot on both sides.
Yeah. Back to 2 for Korver.
I like the height she let go of that so much more. She pretty much threw down with the fall line. She's in the middle of the fairway, clear of the trees.
Are you sure?
Owen says, okay, I'll go.
I like throwing discs. I'll take my chance. Putting a little bit of anhyzer action on an overstable disc and throwing perfectly with the fall line, but it did hyzer out early. She's got the trees to contend with.
And now Ganon. Too straight for Ganon, and it finds the out of bounds.
And I have to think that that is a misread on the wind, and maybe she couldn't feel the same gusts out there as she felt on the tee pad. Gonna have to do some work and get right up to the pin on the second throw.
Your leader to save bogey on 9. She is shallow circle 2.
Almost leaned that one in.
Hanley to start with a turkey on hole 3. Comes up short. 2 for 3 isn't bad, though. 2 for 3 will get you 2 strokes off the lead. That personified by Hannah Wynn. Was having a pretty nice day. Just 1 bogey on the day through 12. Let's take a look at hole 2 in our birdie zone here. Brought to you by our friends over at Birdie Pro. You buy this one, Zoe?
Oh yeah, I've played Birdie Pro. I've got a couple of copies of this board game. It's fun. Give them away at our putting league in the winter, but check it out on this hole. We've seen a couple of players, well, 3 out of the 4 players now are in that birdie zone, Owen being the shyest back and having the trees to contend with. But this is a very gettable hole. You just have to put yourself in position, and I mentioned it during the opening keys. You gotta know the landing zones to get the birdie.
Huge thanks to our friends at Birdie Pro, best-selling disc golf game in the world. Missy Ganon from the drop zone.
And it's still sub 400 feet to the basket from there, so that's a big ask.
It was, yeah. And that one came a little short. You like her chances for an up and down 5, though. Hanley, tee of 4. Going right at it, Zoe.
I think it's the best play when you've got this kind of distance. Wow. Coming back for another birdie.
Looks like a 3 for 4 start for Hanley. And back to 2 for Corver and Oates. Corver turns this one over too much. Find inbounds. Could not tell. Let's see what our spotter tells us.
Super close. He's got to get all the way up to the line to be able to make that green flag fly.
You can throw it down as long as it's green, man.
Not impressed, clearly, but inbounds.
Yeah. Merge, tee of 4.
Again, the very aggressive approach because she has the distance to land it. Just behind Hall and Hamley's and in the circle.
Back to 2 for Scoggins in her second. Yeah, I'm coming up a little bit short on this one.
I'm thinking about that uphill and Owen's distance and power. That was about as good as she could do on her approach, so she certainly has a huge putt for the birdie, but easy par,
yeah,
nonetheless.
A 700-foot hole with some uphill involved, yeah. You need some distance. Speaking of distance, Midling.
Man, she is sort of pinched up on that tree branch. I don't like the idea of the huge, powerful follow-through. She's going to have to limit that. Got a cut roll out of it. Not quite the nose-up angle, but she's safe.
Yep. It's enough. She should get up and down for par. Merch on 4, putting for birdie. Solid start for Merch as well. Here's the Hanley 3 for 4 start. This to get within 1 of the lead, a win. Wasting 0 time catching your leader is Hall and Hanley. Just 1 back now. We are back on hole 2. Mittling in her 3rd. Nope, before that, Corver in her 3rd. There you can see how close she was to OB there, Zoe.
Very close. And taking a little bit of space in so that her feet can be inbounds to approach this 3rd shot.
It's a gusty approach. Tailwind, is it? Yeah.
You could tell she was kind of playing that tailwind as well. That should be pretty easy par.
Ganon in her 4th.
Good morning. I'd like to welcome everybody.
That should work for a 5 for Ganon. Brian, how is Ellie Ezra looking down there for her 3rd? Talk about that.
It's definitely a long circle 2 look. The wind from her position is going to be a pretty hard cross right to left. Her second shot, she was stuck between that low ceiling turnover onto the slope and then going with the forehand. And I think she's still just not confident enough in the power forehand to get up there and kind of put herself in a tight spot. But just have to see.
Thank you, Brian. She'll have that for par. in the circle. Scoggins has a long look at birdie, but you can never count her out, Zoe.
Yeah, never count this woman out. She's going to have to play it up higher in the air and watch the hyzer line fall. And that is just an approach.
In this wind.
Yeah, she doesn't need any trouble.
No.
I was thinking that about Missy's shot as well. It's not even worth it at that point to try to throw in the 4. That could cause so much more problems and more strokes on the scorecard. Just take the medicine and move on.
And next on the tee, this competitor comes to us from Sioux Falls, South Dakota. Please give a round of applause for Gary Everson.
Korver for par.
Easy does it. There's a beautiful look at our 18th. I'm going to call that VIP Gold Pass viewing gallery area,
yeah,
the green, and then the players also can enjoy it. We're also right next to the men's first tee, so there's a lot going on this green. The players have to really lock into focus here. Oof. Eliezer taking an extra moment.
Ooh, great putt in some windy conditions there for middling. Ganon for bogey. Scoggins has no trouble with that par from Bullseye's edge. As they make their way to threes, tee. The B5 hole.
That's right. And Holland is really trying to impress the Beehive. Hits the tower. One of the most dangerous and awesome shots you can see besides the ace on this hole.
She tried to make it in one shot. Oh my goodness, she was close.
I wonder if the Beehives brought the sweet Beehive bunkers there for the head.
I'm sure they did. That's awesome. And a reminder, use code DGPT for 25% off at OneShotEnergy.com. That guy could use some. If you don't make it over in one shot, he can help you though.
Oh my goodness.
Wow, he is embracing the muck.
The local Des Moines area, actually Iowa as a state has great disc golf, but the Des Moines area specifically is one of the stronger clubs. I love this area. I love the involvement in this tournament and in this course. That man's getting a lot of work this weekend.
Yes, he is. Eliezer, tee of 3. Looks a little burned over, Zoe.
A little bit. I appreciate the height that she put it on, though. All you need to do is get all the way down the hill into the bottom and out the tunnel. Anything more, if you're trying to break off distance, is a little bit dangerous. It's just about getting out the chute on this first one.
Korver.
You can see everyone is aiming for the ground. Nobody's really trying to break off a lot.
Scoggins. You love an own forehand for this shot shape.
Yeah, with that kind of confidence, Owen is much closer to the pin. And when you're hitting small gaps right in front of you, a lot of players want to lean into that forehand because you're staring at the gap versus taking your eyes off of it.
Ganon.
Beautiful, a little more aggressive. That tree stole a little bit of distance from her, but Missy, that was so well executed.
Back to 5, Cat Merch.
Way up in the air. You know she's thinking ace.
Too much power out of Merch, but that's parked. Too much power for the ace anyway. Great shot when you're looking for 2. Haley King.
Another person who has to most likely disc down because she's got so much power. Also trying to impress the high V's.
I think she's done it. Yeah. Whatever you call him, she's impressed him.
God.
Oh, look at that guy. That's fun. Is that King Kong?
You never know. No, that's Sasquatch.
Oh,
you never
it is,
know
you're right.
what you're going to find at Pickard Park. Like I said, the locals are really having a lot of fun owning this event, creating the joy, the fun flair. And I haven't even started talking about the design. It's a collective group effort between this whole community. I was talking with director Ty Tanat. I said, who can we credit for this unbelievably fantastic design? This is the highest level of pro caliber tournament because of the design. And he said, this is a group effort, Zoe. I got to give it to the entire club.
That's cool.
Pretty cool.
They don't rest on their laurels either from last year. You know, there's tons of course changes and making little improvements here and there. We love to see it.
Exactly.
Love to see a nice approach there from Corver. That should work for par. And Murch for birdie on 5. Short work there. Kat Murch, she is 3 down through 5. 1 off the lead. Ganon for birdie. Is she worrying about the water here, Zoe, or is it far enough?
I think Missy Ganon is so locked in on the chains, the water doesn't exist, and she gave it a very honest effort.
There's a little metal, and that settles nicely. Mittling.
OB is as close as 18 feet directly behind the basket, so all of these are death putts.
Ooh, that birdie putt comes up just short. That settles for a drop-in par at least.
But you got to be thinking that's such a nervy shot for the birdie. I can't blame her for missing low.
Absolutely. Scoggins for birdie. Just to get on the board. It's a par start.
You know what I'm thinking? She's hearing all this cheering in the background, and she's like, yeah, even if it's not for my card, that's getting me hyped. I'm making this putt. I'm on the board.
There we go. Scoggins off the schneid. Grabs a birdie. Ganon coming back up the hill for par. Couple of par drop-ins, Corver and Mittling. And they are off to 4 on 5. Hanley grabs the solo lead with a 4 for 5 start.
That is hot. And now I'm wondering if she actually brought those bonkers or if they were given to her.
That is funny. You can see there, Wynn did pick up a bogey on 13. That's how she got back to 3. But
Holland, though, like you mentioned, starting off so hot, and she's on a heater this season.
yes, she is. Look at her finishes lately. Longest podium streaks, FPO Major Disc Golf Pro Tour in the last 3 seasons. Huh, how about that?
And you got to think back, Beaver State Fling, she got the monkey off of her back.
Ooh.
She had placed 4th, 3rd, 2nd, 1st, and then again last weekend at the Preserve, 2nd place to Missy. It was kind of a bummer for Holland, and she's got a little bit of stuff she's working on in the mental game. But the cool part, and the thing I'm noticing about Holland, is she's very self-aware. She's a high-level athlete in all kinds of sports, and she can actually take that feedback, take that pressure, and answer to it.
The tee shot for Hanley on 6 is looking really nice.
Wow. So impressive.
On 4, Scoggins is heading left early. Looks like a play for par.
That's the bailout zone. This is the first hole that I stepped onto the tee pad, and I was like, I loved holes 1 through 3, but now this design gives me the goosebumps. There's so many decisions to make, and this is where a player really has to know their game, their distance, and their discs. Ellie's definitely running the basket.
Yep.
OB is so close to this basket as well. It's about another 15 to 18 feet. You can see those stakes that she's hyzering just in front of. Beautiful.
Skips right to circle's edge for a birdie look. Not a bad angle either. Corver.
see she's playing it a little more inside to get to that early safe zone. She's up ahead of Own.
And then nicely done. Looks like she's playing for par and should make it work from there. Ganon. Needs to stable up for Ganon.
Get off of there.
Oh. Not to be for Ganon. Looks like she will head to the drop zone. We're going to take a quick break, but you won't miss a thing.
You Play Disc Golf is your passport to teaching and learning the game. Our mission? To teach disc golf and make it accessible to everyone worldwide. From Alaska to Africa, Guatemala to Canada, and beyond, You Play Disc Golf has spread its wings teaching the love of the game across the globe. Get involved in our movement to make disc golf a universal joy. Explore youplaydiscgolf.org and join us in helping people find flight.
And welcome back to the action. Scoggins with a pretty big miscue right there, Zoe.
Yeah, you can tell she's pretty disappointed in that. That was a misfire and a mistake.
Korver pitching over for par. And that's done perfectly.
Okay.
So Scoggins walking to her third. Is it close enough to give it a run? We'll see. I think she was. So
She gave it a try.
Yeah, she did. That's an unforced error bogey from Scoggins. On hole 4, that'll send her back to level on the day. There's Tom grabbing Missy's disc out of the water. Wasting no time whatsoever. Tom 7, the man.
Team Captain Tom is there for every duty on the job, and he's probably going to be one of the best at any game you play with him.
From the drop zone, Ganon for par. Gave that a bit, and that got wet again.
No. Times like this, you got to hand it to the player for digging deep and feeling trust in themselves to give it a try. However, at this certain point in her round, just not able to connect, a little bit shaken, a little bit off of her normal confidence place in the putter.
Yeah.
That's going to be costly.
A birdie look for Midling.
Yeah,
She does more than look at it, Zoe.
Wow. Fantastic. Just squeaking it into the bottom of the cage, but it looks the same on the scorecard. And Ellie is feeling really good. I can see her in her body composure. She is in a confident place, and we've seen her newer on the tour kind of freeze up or get a little bit nervous when the cameras are around. So
Yeah.
I like what we're seeing to start this round off.
With you there. See Ganon grabbing a meter in and has this putt for double.
solid. A really important make for Missy's confidence, and of course the scorecard. That's the obvious, but that right there is some good energy to take out of that, what is a blow-up hole.
For sure. Okay, Scoggins bogey, followed by a Corver par. And they're off to 5. Merch, throwing 3. Her drive was not ideal, but gets back on track with that pretty nicely when going to make par. Hannah Wynn for birdie on 14. Ooh, chains and basket, but doesn't do the job. That will keep Wynn 2 off the lead. Ooh. Just a tickle there from Wynn. Hannah's been having a great year.
Yeah, I feel like she's put in a lot of work over the past couple of seasons. And again, it lends to building upon experience and really just gaining in skill. She is becoming a more solid presence on the tour.
Speaking of solid presence, Holland Hanley, 5 down through 6? Come on.
She is tearing Pickard Park up right now, but don't get too comfortable, anybody. This course has so much personality and has some teeth. This is just telling me that Holland's confident and she did her homework.
There you go. It kind of tightens up as you get down the stretch, doesn't it? You know?
Very much so, and the gaps get smaller.
The B5 over there. The Hive. I like it.
I'm going to have to get some of those antenna bobbers.
Mittling. T of 5. We're going
Very
left.
high.
Gets down in time.
You know, I know she wanted it to be right next to the basket, but you've got to take how that is still inbounds and you have a birdie opportunity.
Yeah, true. You were saying the green of this one surprised you, Zoe?
Yeah, it is so much steeper than it looks, you guys, and it's on a tower already. So it's an elevated basket, and I don't really know what the degrees in decline is, but if I was sitting there, I'd have to brace myself from not rolling into the water myself. It's very, very steep.
Corver going right at it. Lovely.
Great play.
The Hive loves it. Scoggins. It's got a right to left tailwind.
And you got to think 330 feet. This is Owen's bread and butter. That is a park job. She didn't have to try to pull anything off. She just had to throw it as hard as she could and park it.
And Ganon needs to get back on track. She is 3 over through 4.
I like the looks of this, Ian.
Go in.
Still giving the Hive a show and smiling. A lot of good things happening on this tee pad, and we love the hype of the Hive.
Absolutely. Your leader, Holland Hanley, T of 7. Uh-oh. That is in the hazard for Hanley, and she'll throw 3 from there and likely grab her first bogey of the day. On the same Merch. It's just 250 uphill.
Yeah, I was just getting ready to say that. It's only 250 feet, but it does play uphill, and you do have to land it on that island. Well done for Cat Merch.
Let's roll back a Zucker replay of this Merch drive. Barely in is the word from production.
And that's because of how high she put it in there. Yes, of course you got to throw uphill, but that height almost hyzed her out, but she holds on.
Nicely done. She'll have a look at birdie from there. And back to 5, speaking of birdie looks. Mittling. Ooh.
A little too much want on that, up and over the top of the basket.
The old, you're still out.
Yeah, one of those things the disc golfer never wants to hear on the course is that it's their turn again.
And this is a tough look. Elevated pin and the angle not as favorable as that birdie bid.
You're right, because she's right-handed. You have to think if the disc doesn't connect, it could fall towards the water.
For par.
But she's got it.
Great make right there.
Yep, especially because Ellie's putt is a hyzer angle putt. She's not a flat putter. She's a very much a spin hyzer putter. Great make.
Corver for 2. It's been all pars for Juliana so far. Chains out, and she will collect her 5th in a row. Brian, can you talk about the weather? We're getting a look out there. It looks rather ominous out there.
It's kind of been shifting back and forth from really nice, little bit warm, to really cold, questioning why you wore shorts and a t-shirt. The wind is still pretty tough. I mean, earlier in the day, it was, kind of calm, but now it's kind of ramped up. It's definitely 15, 20 mile an hour winds right now. Pretty steady direction as of right now. But yeah, pretty standard here for Pickard. I actually saw the spotter on 5 laugh and say, hey, this is the best weather we might get all weekend, so we'll see.
All right. Oh, no, as Ganon sends that one high. Ganon will be 3 over through 5 for your 2021 champion. Scoggins for birdie. There we go. The card gets one.
Gets one for the hive.
Yeah. Ganon for par. Corver the same. And they are off to 6. Hanley on 7, throwing her 3rd. Oh my goodness.
Looking like she's kind of trying to nose up, spin it in to save the par.
Seriously. I was with you, Zoe.
It was a great shot.
Merch has an awkward and long look at par on the same.
Can't say that back foot looks comfortable. And I feel like it tilted that body positioning way off. The posture actually lended to the fact that she aired it up in the air.
Win on 15.
I love where she placed herself on the drive. It makes it so easy to just put it right under the basket. That is homework well done on 15.
For bogey in her first of the day, Hanley. Shoves that one home, no problem. The lead. It's 1 again. As you can see there. Merch also on the card. Grabbed a stroke there with the par.
We've got a nice stack up here in the top 10. Between 1 down and 4 down. It's just day 1.
Yep.
The players are getting comfortable on Pickard Park.
Got your clubhouse leader there, Alexis Maduhano, with that 3 down. Merch, tee of 8. Downhill, 420 feet, does not get the flip needed, Zoe. Where are we going?
I think there was a lot of want and then not enough wind factored into that, because this is a player's dream to step up to a wide open tee shot. Really not a lot of problems, and it's downhill. You want to really see yourself impressed by the distance boom, the solid wind read, and landing close to the basket.
The Hanley tee shot is looking great.
That's the shot right there, Ian. She's in the bullseye. Or close to it.
Yeah, dancing in the wind all the way down the fairway. That was beautiful. Scoggins. We're back on 6.
This is a pretty big, wide open fairway. There is OB along the entire left-hand side, but you can see how the whole fairway slopes towards what I call the natural OB. It's just death on the right, no out of bounds.
Mittling. Goodbye, Frisbee.
That's, you know, I almost need some theme song music every time she's stepping up. Dun, 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 dun. You know, like Ellie's got
awesome.
so much power.
It's so cool to watch. Corver.
This is a great shot for Juliana as well. Don't count her out on the distance.
Ganon.
This is Missy's max power. She really cut through the wind, and she is got to be she's got to be closer to the pin. Ellie is way up there, but Missy just drove that disc with full force and conviction.
Really nicely done. Taking a look at your birdie zone here on 6. Everybody in the birdie zone, Zoe?
I think so, yes. And remember, hole 6, this is blind. You can't see the basket. It's tucked in just so diligently into the forest. And so Missy may be cut off from the site, but she is so far up the fairway. All 4 of our players have an opportunity here.
And if you want to grab a copy of Birdie Bro, head over to BodaBrothers.com. It's the best selling disc golf board game in the world. I'm a big fan. It's a really fun play. You've played it too, right, Zoe?
I have, yep. You gotta have some time. You gotta really, unless maybe do 9 holes if you don't have a huge chunk of time. But
yeah,
gosh, it's such a fun game.
It is. It does a great job of capturing disc golf on the board. There is the gang and the gallery. Here you can see the drive spread on the fairway. First up, Scoggins throwing 2.
Even a little bit long.
Yeah. Did skip to a clean putt, though, at least. Kids from Nux from husband Justin. Win 1 off the lead, tee of 16.
The beginning of the gauntlet stretch. Holes 16, 17, and 18 are some of the most difficult and awesome finishing holes I've ever seen.
They're going to create some fun scoring separation on Sunday, so we're here for it.
That's right.
Corver, her second, back on 6. This is a tough Annie. Yeah.
It's actually good that the disc curled out a little bit. She's in the open and can see the basket now.
All right, do a disc spot on that right now.
We're on hole 8. Looks like Merch did find the OB. So this is a putt for par. Well out in circle 2.
And she's got to put it wide and up in the air to get around the tree.
And her back foot should come up by the time the disc leaves, so don't worry about that. There we go.
Parked.
Yep. Drops in the bogey nicely. Back to 6. Ellie Ezra, what a drive.
You can see she still can't see it, but she's got a really knifey forehand approach. Just a little bit short, but just outside of the circle.
Kind of like the skip play there from Scoggins on that approach, Zoe.
Yeah.
It's going to fight right a little harder. Let's see what Ganon goes to for her second.
And there is a bounce back for Missy Ganon, a tap-in birdie in her future.
And back to 16 for a win in her second. I hope anyway. Yep. perfectly done.
Well done and high level of difficulty. All of those gaps are like between 6 and 10 feet wide.
Back to 6. Corver has a long look at birdie. And that looks like the 6th par in a row for Juliana Corver.
And that's her game plan. Every interview, every time you watch this woman play, she's going to play smart and consistent anytime over a dangerous shot. What a make for Ellie. Made it look easy.
Held circle, too.
She didn't even need a follow-through or a jump at all. She's got so much snap and spin.
She's made some great putts this round. Had that nice comebacker back on 5 and backs it up on 6 with a great make from circle 2. That gets her to 3 under on the day. Scoggins for birdie. As expected, that putt does the job.
That was just the one bogey, and Owen bounces immediately back, and we can kind of see she's in that comfortable position now.
There's Ganon dropping in birdie. Corver drops in the lone par. Let's jump ahead to 16 again for Finley.
This is a player who does not mind any of these really challenging finishing holes in their design. She's parked on one of the most difficult tee shots.
One of your Woods players doing her thing. Nicely done, Holly. This is Holland Hanley on 8. You saw the drive a few moments ago. And my goodness, back to 5 she goes.
Yep, hole 7 is already forgotten out of the memory banks, and she's bounced back, and she's on a 2-stroke lead.
Yep. Mittling on your feature card, trying to chase her down, but Hanley's putting in some work today.
Everybody came out ready to play. Just a few moments ago when we checked the leaderboard, I think there were 4 or 5 strokes. Now we've only got 3 separating the field.
Scoggins, tee of 7, attacking this island green. Hazard on the outside.
Wow, she's in, but you can see that wind from left to right suspending the disc over that OB hazard line. She's safe.
Ellie Ezra.
And a pure sharp hyzer with a slower speed. And gets it in and got a little mini skip. That was awesome.
Brian, this crosswind on 7 looks pretty wild. That hyzer almost didn't get back in. Talk about it.
Yeah, it's blowing about 15, 20 miles an hour. Pretty hard left to right. Little bit of headwind as well, so all the players are clubbing up a little bit. Missy trying to go something that fights the crosswind. Everyone missing on this right side. Sneaks in yet again. Not too shabby from Missy. You almost can aim directly at the basket, and the crosswind will keep you straight, even if you're throwing hard hyzer on it. Let's see what JK goes for here, if she's going to let the crosswind help or hurt. And unfortunately, it's going to hurt her on this one, bleeding it over to the right. That's going to be out of bounds.
Thank you, Brian, for that. Yeah, the flex shot, not the play on that one, Zoe.
No, I do think that she was kind of trying to give it a little hyzer angle and flip it up to flat, but it was just too much. The disc couldn't quite fight it.
We saw Marks run into trouble on tee of 9. Hanley narrowly avoids the same fate.
Now that's what you want, just barely mowing grass at the top of the hill, but don't touch the land. She's good. You see that OB line, it's just right there. Yeah. Right off to the right, less than 3 feet.
One more look at this Hanley drive.
Zip.
Does it skip? Oh, yeah, it does. Wow. That's an interesting tee shot, Zoe.
Like I said, 25 feet straight uphill right in front of you. You're like, wait, am I down in a hole right now? Oh, no, I'm playing disc golf.
17, win.
Hits the intended fairway and gets down before the OB. I believe she's out in front of the trees, which is really the first task that has to be done here.
Back to 7. Corver has a long look at par. Should be laying up for bogey, though. from the headwind that she wanted, but that's right on the bullseye's edge.
And the wind is high enough now. It's present enough that it's definitely going to make every one of these players think for a few extra seconds. And you know, every time there's a little more thinking, that's less focus. So already we can see Pickard showing its teeth.
Scoggins has a headwind putt for birdie. Circle's edge. Did the headwind lift? You know she was planning on it, Zoe.
Yeah, again, mind-boggling.
Yeah.
Hard to understand. Players kind of crossing their eyes in confusion.
Yeah, she's like, I did my job. Wind, do yours. Ganon. Can she make the right wind read? No way! No way! That was up there forever.
That was like a full second or longer of suspension. Everybody's like cheering, it's in, and then it falls out.
Oh,
that was a bummer. Again, the wind is making these players question themselves now.
Ellie Ezra to get within one of Hanley's lead. Putting from this woman.
I love the belief, and it's that spin putt that's going to cut through the wind on a day like today.
Yeah.
This is the more favorable putt to have.
You make points, Zoe. Hanley has a long look at birdie.
Let's go and run it in.
Hanley on a heater. Let's take one more look at this putt. And we're going to send it off to break. We'll be back with another Hanley drive on the next. We'll catch you there.
Pound's the best of the best. It's the quality, the craftsmanship, the vision for what a bag could be.
I don't think anyone's disputing that it's the best made bag.
Behold the Eagles Crossing Disc Golf Course, a sanctuary where the ordinary transforms into the extraordinary. As each disc takes flight, destiny intertwines with the flight path. But beware, brave souls, for the course harbors challenges that even the boldest must confront. Yet, fear not, for victory and camaraderie are your companions on this voyage. Visit eaglescrossingdiscgolf.com.
Middling on the tee of 8. Just 2 off the lead of Hanley, who absolutely parked this hole earlier.
And you see how low Ellie is able to release that disc and get all the way up to the green. That was incredible.
Yeah, just a foot more elevation, though. I think she gets there.
Yeah, absolutely.
Scoggins.
I mean, think about how high Holland Hanley
Yeah,
put it up in the air
true.
to park it. That was impressive by Ellie.
You like the forehand here for Scoggins, though?
I do. She's got so much fairway to work with on either side, and she actually prefers the forehand.
Wow.
Play to your strength and play the wind.
Out there in circle 2 goes Scoggins. A clean look at the bucket. Ganon. I'm still in disbelief that putt fell out, Zoe.
Me too. I guarantee everyone on the ground is as well. We've got a nice gallery out there, and we heard some sad faces.
Yeah.
Missy's being the most.
Ganon in circle 2.
She's got a look.
And Corver coming off her first bogey of the day. We'll look for a bounce back here on 8. A live look down from our Flight Factory drone at the Corver Drive.
Oh, yeah.
Playing the wind. Put in the basket.
No, is it OB?
There is a little bit of room back there. Okay.
We're hearing safe. All right, awesome.
And when you see that big of a smile and a thumbs up, that was a fantastic smash from our 5-time world champion,
She almost
Masters
aced it.
player. Yeah.
Let's show you that Ganon putt from just a few moments ago. See how long this thing was on the balance. Just crazy.
And pay attention to the flag and the wind if you're, if you're the disc.
Oh, yeah, true. Huh?
Pretend like you're the disc and think about what all is happening right now. Okay, and then just this landing on this platform, and the wind is like, and no.
Looks like the chains kind of helped kick it
Little
out, too.
scoot
Yeah,
out, yep.
a little push out, if you will. Oh, that was brutal. For birdie, Elia Ezra lays that up poorly. Yeah, she doesn't like it.
Okay,
Hopefully she can cover it up with a good putt, That's, you always have a chance to totally redeem yourself. Ganon for birdie. There is OB.
Leaning it all the way in and saying, listen, Pickard, listen, wind. I know you took from me on the last hole. I'm taking it back. This is a fair fight for Missy in Pickard Park.
That was a monster make out of Ganon.
A lot of trust in this putt.
Well out in circle 2, and a perfect putt. Gallery approved. That had to be 50 feet, Zoe.
Yeah, that's pumping some of the positive mojo back into Missy's arms and an entire mindset that she needed. She's, dug herself a little bit of a hole in the beginning, but she's fighting back.
Yep. That gets her to 1 over on the day. To get back to even on the day is Corver.
Gave it a chance.
Yep. And Mittling, the approach, got just inside the circle. Has this for par. A redemption putt if there ever was one. And cannot cover up the approach. It's an unforced error bogey right there, so.
Yeah, and you can see she knows it. She's disappointed.
Yep.
You get just a few seconds to kind of think about that and think about how to correct, and then you just got to leave it right there on the green.
The Owen did lay up. That was for par and does the job. One more par coming from Corver. And Mittling moving the wrong way with this bogey. That will take her 3 off the lead and give Hanley a 3-stroke lead again. Mittling in second. Also in second is Hannah Wynn. Mr. Hotzlet. Ellie Ezra go first. Her second on 17 for Wynn. You talked about landing zones earlier in your keys, Zoe. Right here, right?
Yeah, I mean, she is just a couple feet on the good side of that tree. This is such a hard approach. It's an island green that you have to land.
And just too high in the air to get all the way there.
That was close.
It was. Back on 10, Holland Hanley has a 3-stroke lead again. really good. On 17, the drop zone in her 4th.
Oh no. Ian, I don't think that had enough to make it in.
Really? Oh no.
I talked about the teeth that the finishing holes
Yeah.
had, but
Wow.
that was our first look at just how strokes can go flying all over the place on holes 16, 17, and 18.
She's about to throw a 6. Oh, down goes Frazier.
Good save. I'll tell you who is sending it, and that's the entire Des Moines region. Look at all these disc golfers and disc golf enthusiasts showing up on a Friday.
Our gallery's getting camera jitters. They're getting nervous too.
That's true.
You know?
This is incredible. But I gotta say, the Des Moines Challenge is set up for nothing but beautiful success. We're on a 4th of July holiday weekend, and everybody's able to come out and enjoy. The weather is right. Course is perfect.
You enjoy some small town Iowa fireworks last night, Zach?
Oh, I was in Minburn, Iowa last night for the coolest fireworks show. It's really about this pie auction I got to witness. See these pies going for $600 a piece and more.
Wow. Brian, I'm told there might be a little glue applied to Mittling's fingers. Can you speak to that?
Yeah, and again, I'll go out there and investigate a little bit more. This is kind of new information. It sounds like she is gluing her middle finger together on her throwing hand. I'm hoping that it's more of a preventative thing. Clearly, she has the glue with her already, which means that she knows it's been an issue in the past. So I'll get some more information. I'll get back to you.
Awesome. Thank you, Brian.
And a lot of times, you know, we used to see the tour take us to Las Vegas and Arizona in the beginning of the seasons. Players would get splits in their cuticles and horrifying calluses that would split open, and that just doesn't start your season off right. You have to take care of it. Otherwise, carry the glue. It's not ever going to heal itself unless you've got weeks and weeks for that skin to repair itself, you know.
Ganon, TM9. Birdie look in circle 2 for Missy Ganon. After a rough start, has birdie 2 of the last 3. Scoggins.
Ooh, this is very turned over. And OB is so tight up this entire fairway. Out of bounds. I didn't doubt it for a second.
Oh, man.
It's only a few feet wide the entire way up that hill. And at the widest point of the entire fairway, 75 feet. This is a very tricky short hole.
Corver up the hill.
I shouldn't even say short hole. It's 290 feet straight uphill.
Yeah.
That's playing 350, 330.
With you. Mittling. That gets circle's edge.
There's a birdie opportunity. Still see that hand is messing with her. No matter either way, whether it's hurting or it's fine, it's in her head, and that's the biggest problem.
I'll jump back to Holland Hanley. Fairway up 10. You saw the drive. Still in position, playing as a par 5. Back to 9. Scoggins. The drive was OB. Will throw 3 from the woods. Oh, that's signed too. Brutal.
Oh man, and that is part of the permanent course. It exists, and there's no way you can move it.
Brian, how is this look for Scoggins? You think she gets up and down from here?
I think
It's actually a little tricky. There's a tee sign for a much shorter tee pad that players play recreationally right in her line. Solid backhand with the driver. I love that. 200-footer with the driver. Stand still, no problem for Owen. That should be an up and down there for a par.
There we go. Thank you, Brian. Brutal kick there, OB, off that tree.
The angle out of her hand just wasn't there on the tee shot. It was an unfortunate kick for sure, though.
Corver, probably closer to the fairway than circle 1, looking at birdie.
Her bread and butter, throwing the putter.
Yep. Mittling for birdie to get within 2.
Almost hyzered that one in. Just a little strong on the effort.
Ganon for birdie. And to grab 3 of the last 4.
Also just a little bit high over the basket.
For par. Scoggins for bogey. And Ganon for par. Corver the same, and they are off to the next. Third shot for Murch on hole 10. Murch has that left for birdie. And to grab a share of second. Third shot for Haley King.
This is a very intimidating green to approach. There's OB inside of the circle, just down to the right, and the fall line kind of funnels you towards it.
That was really nicely done by King.
Yes.
A birdie there also gets her a share of second. Earlier on the hole, we had cows.
Ty, we got a problem.
Reaching out to the TD for this gallery to move them on through.
They're just spectating. Did they buy their passes?
Well, you know, sometimes there's special exceptions.
Move along. Holland throwing 3 on 10. That's another birdie. Wow.
Beautiful.
Holland will get to 7 for the moment. That's a 4-stroke lead. What are you grabbing out of that pile, Zoe?
Definitely the beef jerky. That's the safest snack for me on the course. I don't do any of the fake sugar or corn syrup if possible. Can't say the jerky is full of the best ingredients, but what I can say is that it's so cool that the staff provides these snacks. This is a long course, and if you happen to be out of them in your bag, that's a lifesaver.
Ganon, tee of 10. Taking the wide route. And does it pretty nicely, though. be Corver next to tee. There she is. And we'll see the low line drive out of Juliana.
She gets that inside gap.
Ooh.
This is such a cool tee shot. It's extreme backhand or extreme distance forehand, or how lucky do you feel getting through one of those gaps?
Middling. Powers it through the gap.
Beautiful low line drive. She's clear for the second shot.
And now Scoggins.
Opting for the very wide and very safe route. Own is inbounds. She's just got a little bit more distance to cover for her second. She's doing the commentary for us on the conditions there. It is so windy and it continues to pick up.
On the green of the same, Kat Murch has a birdie look. That is a share of second for Kat Murch. Tied with Mittling. King can also head into that tie. That was a par out of Val, and here is the birdie drop in for your leader, Holland Hanley.
And
moves
that's
to 7.
a dream come true way to play hole 10.
Yeah.
Holland is so locked in right now.
Let's take a look at her round. Here on hole 4, going right at it with the big arm line.
Yeah, this one that was definitely giving the basket a scare. Made for an easy birdie.
This on 5, wearing the antenna, hitting the stand, right?
That's right, hits the tower and goes the right way, a little bit behind it.
And that's
It's clutch putting, sorry, Ian. I was just going to say, I mentioned it on 1 and 2, and that's the energy that was built up to make these circle 2s now. She's doing it from the tee box, the fairway, and the putting green. The scorecard is looking hot. And she's snacking. She's taking care of herself. She's got a lot more golf to play and some serious holes coming up.
Is it a fake Newton? I think it was.
I think so.
Yeah. Scoggins throwing 2 on 10. Was that enough, Zoe?
She's up on top. Yeah.
Okay.
She's still got an easy, or well, I'm not going to say easy. Par is within the realm.
Okay. Ganon throwing 2. Just fine for Missy as well. And Corber.
Down.
And it gets down in just enough time. She's in good position there.
Over to Mittling for her second, right-hand side of the fairway. Big swing out of Ali Azra.
I love that shot. That. If that doesn't get you hyped, I don't know what will in disc golf. Big boom from Eli Ezra.
Yeah. Glad you're probably close to these anyway. I'd rather put these anyway. Yeah.
Let's take a look from our Flight Factory drone, or we can see the shape of this fairway from above. Great perspective on the hole.
You don't see a lot of room to the right or to the left, above or below, however you're looking at it, of those trees. This is such a well-designed hole. Again, all of them are really forcing the players to choose their disc selection, shot selection, and know the landing zones.
We're stopping for Scoggins and her third coming up.
So that first hay bale that we see the gallery by, that's like 350 feet uphill off the tee. So all of our card mates here were short of that. But Owen being just in front of it for a second shot lends to this is just a placement for the par.
You don't think she should try to get a birdie?
I guess she will.
Yeah. Gets it down there.
That was a well-executed shot with the fall lines.
Mm-hmm. Circle 2, though.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Gosh, there is so much OB close to this basket, Zoe.
Yeah, there's just so much trouble.
Swing it over to Ganon as Jack spies in right there. Jack shooting all your slow-mo for your Jomez Pro videos.
Got the ground action and she's safe.
Would like a little more though. Still in circle 2 is Missy Ganon.
You're right. Being as close to this pin is so important. I mentioned how the OB, it funnels you towards the OB right, but it's inside of C1 deep and it's only 20 feet left. Yikes. Tight green.
Yep. Mittling in her third. Also wanted more on that approach.
But a little bit too drastic of an angle to get very much ground play.
Corver throwing 3.
Oh no. Ian.
Yeah.
That's OB. You really can't hit anything wide of the basket or that's pin high. You're going to get the ground play funneling you right into the creek.
Yep. And that's going to be a pretty tough look for par.
Yeah, with those low-hanging branches, I couldn't agree more.
Yeah. Hanley on the tee of 11 sends this one into the natural OB. Does it kick out? Doesn't look like it.
A little bit. Collins saying it for us again. She
Yep.
yanked that one a little bit.
She did.
Too much want.
Chance for King to grab a stroke. 4 back.
Just enough to get in front of that opening. That's a great tee shot if she's got a clear line.
Scoggins back on 10 has a birdie look. Off the band.
That was a great reaction for the disc, though. That could have gone so many other directions.
It's actual OB and natural OB down here, Zoe.
Yeah, this is just bad to worse down here. It's almost like a complete wall between you and the basket if you're behind those little trees.
She can take her meter in any direction. So looks like she'll do that to help a little bit. Brian, does Corver have any look at par here from the creek?
I mean, yes, she does. It's just a really tough look, and the wind is blowing towards her right now. She's about 35 feet from the basket. Pretty obstructed. Yeah, stepping out with the right foot. Just going to be a pure throw. Hopefully dancing with the nose angle here. Good effort. Off the tray.
Thank you, Brian. That was a great effort from Corver.
That was so close. She's quite a bit below the basket too, and she gave it the nose up.
Ganon to get back where she started the day at level par.
Oh, and it sits down. I was a little bit worried about that one, Ian.
Yeah, that had some pace on it. Mittling for birdie. To get within 3 of Hanley again. Thankfully that did stay in bounds, but not by much, Zoe.
I feel like it was actually some good luck that she didn't find herself out of bounds there. That just the reaction off the metal can go so many different directions.
And she will grab a meter in and have this putt for par.
I just double check. I take a meter in here. Yeah, you're fine. Yeah.
Introducing the newly improved titanium plastic line from Discraft. Experience superior performance with an enhanced, tackier grip for unmatched control in all weather conditions. Each disc features mesmerizing swirls and bursts, making every throw a visual standout. Maintain the durability you trust with titanium plastic, ensuring your discs withstand the test of time. Elevate your disc golf game with Discraft's newly improved titanium plastic line.
Your rating is one of the most valuable things you get with a membership. This gives you accurate numbers to track how well you've been doing and your overall improvement in the game. You also get a member number when you register with the PDGA. Your PDGA number is a stamp for when you got involved in the sport. It's a badge of pride for players and a part of your disc golf identity. Get your number today. Visit pdga.com/join.
Silva on fire as of late, looking for her 5th consecutive win. That's amazing. Perfect touch. So much control on this shot. Fantastic putt there. Gets another one. Bang, bang. This is pretty good. Oh, it's really good. Wow. Silva, count it, of course. Perfect shot from Silva.
The Swedish Open FPO champion and also back-to-back champion in Sweden. Silva Saarinen.
Support your disc golf game with a brand new Tritanium sleeve. We import these directly from Finland at high and low compression, or check out their knee or wrist supports. The only place you can get Tritanium in the United States is right here at PowerGripUSA.com.
Brought back by popular demand. Z-Lite plastic from Discraft. Disc that you already know and love, now available in lighter weights. Z-Lite, more distance with less effort.
Introducing the Ledgestone season finale. This is the culmination of an entire year's work, and we've saved the best for last. 27 unique releases, first of their kind plastic and mold combos, 2 St. Jude charity collector sets, and much, much more. The show begins July 24th. Visit shopledgestone.com for more information.
Welcome back to the action. Cat Merch has a birdie look on 11. This to grab a stroke on Hanley, who's putting for par, not to B for Merch. Good effort, though. Speaking of Hanley's and par putts, here we go. to maintain the 4-stroke lead.
And that is the second putt in a row that we've seen left a little short, a little bit low. Connecting with the cage and actually staying right at the basket, so not a lot of trouble, but she wants those 2 strokes.
Yeah. King to grab 2 strokes on Hanley. And within 2 of the lead goes Haley King. Back to the tee of the same for Ganon.
Beautiful.
Beautiful. I love the height. I love the little bit of flip up. This is a pretty narrow tunnel that you've got to get the distance, and Missy just answered to that problem.
Filleted the gap there. Scoggins.
Also very low, but right in the middle.
Yeah, keeps it in the middle. Corber. She is great at this shot here, Zoe.
All 3 of those drives are textbook. Exactly what every player in the field wants to see.
Mittling will check out her bounce back after the bogey on 10. That is smashed.
Yeah.
I think she might throw a mid-range or something there.
Well, I think a lot of times we'll see Ellie disking down to a much slower speed. I mean, it could be 5 speeds, maybe even 6 slower than the rest of the card.
Let's check out Ellie Ezra making her splash on the scene. That was at Throw Pink last year.
This was one of my favorite memories in FPO women's disc golf history. That's right, history. She made it, her debut on the Disc Golf Network. That was hole 18 at the infamous USDGC course.
Here's hole 5. These booming drives, Zoe. And she makes the green in 2.
That was some impressive stuff. That was before we had seen that beautiful eagle, and that was what told us that she had the power to do it.
You said she eagled 18, right? Coming up? Yeah.
And that's something that most MPO players dream about and haven't ever accomplished.
Yeah. Scoggins, her second. Looks a little sod. Will it get there? Oh, yeah, that's perfect.
Just sit down for her now.
What?
I don't know. I thought I saw it rolling. Yeah, that guy's hat.
Yeah.
Yeah. The logo on the guy's hat.
Yeah,
Well, you know, I'm gonna keep the expectations realistic.
Brian, do you have an idea what Ellie kind of threw off the tee there? It looked like a slower disc than the rest of the gang.
Yeah, that was a mid-range. It's actually very similar to the ones that Cole Radallen, who plays for DGA as well, likes to throw. It's funny though, she clubbed up to that clubbed down to that mid-range to throw hard, but in practice she's actually been working on clubbing up on purpose to control angles and speed and work on her touch without overthinking things. So I think it's a great way to practice that.
Nice, thank you, Brian. The approach went just a little bit long for Mittling. Throwing 2 is Corber. That one is actually sawed off. Someone just came out early, Zoe.
Yeah, she'll have a big putt to make. She's outside of the circle.
Mm-hmm. And might even lay up with that sloping green. We'll see.
Some very interesting notes from Brian about Ellie's game. Take some of that, I'm going to call that coaching for practice in if you're watching at home. Messing around with some faster discs to help with your angle control. Even if you have the power and in the tournaments you're going to go ahead and go with the slow disc that will land safely, That's some pretty incredible stuff, and it's really cool that we have the intel. That's just so incredible that Ellie's that young and working that hard and understanding how to work on her game. She's got a big career ahead of her.
Here you can see the Corver disc. We saw a really nice approach from Ganon as well. There's a pretty short look at birdie as a consequence. Your leader, Holland Hanley. Looks like there is a backup on hole 12. She'll have to sit on that bogey a little longer than hoped for. And Corver does lay it up with that sloping green. Thought that might be the case. It is Mittling next with the birdie looks. This is to get back within 3 of the lead.
Jams it in there, nice and high in the center of the cage. Or chains, excuse me.
Corver has this for par. Scoggins, a look at birdie from Bullseye's Edge. That gets owned to 2 under on the day, 4 off the lead of Hanley. Very much in the mix. And a birdie drop in for Ganon. Missy back to level on the day. Let's jump ahead to 12 for King. A little overturned out of King in the woods. On the same Cat Merch.
That is one understable disc. She threw it on a pretty drastic hyzer, and it flipped up to flat, then turned towards the basket, which is exactly what this shot needs, unless you've got the power with the forehand. The only danger, missing the Mando and keeping it low enough.
Hanley.
Hits the Mando tree and stays safe. Well, excuse me. There could have been a little bit of a roll. I think she's safe.
Yeah. They are giving her on the fairway after 1. Taking a look at your top 10, just 4 strokes separating. Hanley throwing 2.
Great approach. Check out where her disc landed, though. That was right on the edge of a cliff that goes straight down, and there's only about 5 feet of safe landing zone before you get to that OB that we see the spotter walking by. So that was pretty incredible luck for the reaction on the disc.
True story. That's one way to make a 3 there.
Yeah.
An interesting way to do it. That is Haley King in the woods. Felix here in the woods.
And this camera angle definitely gives us a very clear view of what the view looks like. This is looking impossible.
It is.
Looking it up and over, but I don't think she's committed to that spot yet. Still looking for a hole. Still determining.
Thumber.
Yeah, I was just gonna say she flipped the disc
Yeah.
for the thumber.
That seemed like a better shape for the shot, although I don't know that it really mattered that much. That's out.
Wow, that hit a lot of stuff, and she landed in the fairway.
Yeah.
Circle 2.
Nice.
Never thrown thumbers before.
Pretty good.
It was pretty good, Haley. I'm with you.
We agree.
Yeah. Looks like she is still out, and we'll have this look at par. I thought she did it.
Yeah, I was just getting ready to say fantastic, up and down, but just not to be. Really working hard on this one. She'll be carding the bogey.
Mondohano has a birdie look. Just to get back to 1 over on the day. Been a little slow for Val so far. 1 birdie, 3 bogeys.
And it catches it.
There's birdie number 2 for Mondohano. Nicely done. Showing off that putting prowess that she's known for. Cat Merch also looking at birdie. Just to get within 2 of Hanley.
And she knew right out of her hand it never had enough height to get over the cage. She'll be carding the par.
King has this left for bogey. Somehow Hanley gets a par after that drive.
Incredible.
There's a par for Merch. And they're off, which means it should be time for feature card number 1 to take the tee of the same.
And they just had time to refuel, kind of reset, and actually watch everything that happened. Those double Mandos, you know, it's a decently wide gap, but it's a ways off the, it's 145 feet off of the tee. So you've got to fly for a little while before you're making that Mando. And, you know, with a lot of time to sit down during a backup, hopefully none of those players are thinking about what they just witnessed.
Yeah. Looking back at the tee from the green. Should be Missy Ganon stepping up first.
Oh, and jumps over the ledge. That was a great drive from Missy Ganon.
Scoggins next up.
She was asking for that same luck with the skip. Just a little bit of denial, but a great drive.
Bittling.
Oh no, a very early release.
How does she bounce back after that drive? You'll find out. Other side of this break. We'll catch you there.
This is Latitude 64. We handle the smallest of grains with the greatest of passion. Always trying to improve, trying to be better, out of curiosity, excitement, out of thrill, for the player and for the game. Because we want to make disc golf awesome for you.
Introducing the Birdie Derby, a ready-to-run tournament package from Prodigy Disc. It's the perfect 3-disc tournament to welcome new players and give experienced throwers something new to try. Learn more and host a derby today at discgolfderby.com.
Welcome back to the action. Looking down at hole 12 from our Flight Factory drone. The gang headed into the woods, and Eliezer in trouble. Brian, can you speak to what Mittling has for her second or maybe third?
Yeah, they just determined that she's officially short of the mandatory, so she hasn't missed it. So she's going to have to get through it first. A 3 here would be spectacular from where she's at. Wondering how aggressive she wants to get here. There's a little OB territory. So I'm not sure if she's going to pitch sideways. Yeah, she's going to do that. That's actually a pretty smart choice.
So that's where Hanley was now, right?
Well,
for her
she's
second?
down below where Hanley was.
Okay.
Yes. See, Hanley had
the
the
top.
advantage at the top.
Gotcha. Whoa. Careful. Did a good job to get here at least, Zoe, you know?
Yeah, that was tough just to get it through the Mando.
And throwing 3, just trying to scramble up a 4 at this point, limiting the damage. That was nicely done. Cat Merch, tee of 13. They took some trees on him this one. A little more open this year. That's a look from circle 2.
Yeah, and that left gap is definitely got the most real estate to fly through.
Hanley on the same. It's a little short.
A little short, but pretty similar positioning to
Okay.
Cat.
King. Holds on to that one a little too long. Not a terrible result.
No, it did take all the distance off of it, but it kept her in the fairway.
Yeah. Should get up and down for par. And back to 12. Scoggins has a birdie look just inside the circle. His fair share of second as well. Count it. Scoggins doing her thing from circle's edge. Oh, and Scoggins very much in the mix. Ganon has this to get within 5 of the lead despite the rough start. What a fighter she is.
That's right, Ian. After that start was so slow and actually just not what she wanted. Nobody expected to see her that far over par, and look at where she's already fought back to.
Mittling for bogey. Moves to 4 off the lead. Corber. It is a par putt and a par make for Juliana. King throwing 2 on 13. It looks like she should get up and down for par. Let's fly 13, Zoe. Talk about this one.
It's a par 3, 333 feet. And this is way more downhill than it looks. I mean, right now it almost looks like flat ground, but we're losing a lot of elevation all the way to the pin, close to 16 feet total. The left gap that I mentioned that we're not flying through is the much wider gap, but if you trust your shot or your turnover, take the middle. You've got to beat the tree, beat the corner, and then funnel yourself into this very guarded, protected green. Now, a really positive change this year is that the OB has been extended on the right-hand side to the bottom of the creek. It's not at the top. There's a little bit of room if you do trickle down.
Yeah, Hanley wanted nothing to do with that one from fairway's edge.
It's too much trouble.
Murch. She is staring this one down, though, for birdie. 50-footer.
You have to think, this is an elevated pin. Your disc is higher in the air. If it doesn't go in the basket, a lot of things could happen.
And we'll show you that par putt on the other side of this break. We'll be back in just a few.
My name is Garrett Gerthy, also known as Double G, and I'm the founder of Double G Craft Jerky.
Double G Craft Jerky is an awesome snack when you have a hankering on the course. You need a little something to pick you up out there so you can really get after a drive or finish on a putt and capitalize.
When you're playing a disc golf round and you're hungry and you don't have a snack on the course, you start to lose focus, you start thinking about what am I going to eat for dinner. With Double G Craft Jerky, that's not a problem.
I'm David Wiggins, and in 2016, I set the disc golf world distance record with a throw of 1,108 feet. Whether I'm out in the field measuring a max distance throw, or on the course checking the elevation change for an upshot, I rely on the Eagle Secret 360 to give me accurate distances. It's the only rangefinder on the market that measures in feet, yards, and meters. It's USB-C rechargeable and features a lithium-ion battery. Visit EagleSecret360.com to get yours today.
Welcome back to the action. Missy Ganon, tee of 13.
And Missy throws this shot so well. The turnover is definitely one of the strengths in her bag.
Attacking camera position. A birdie putt, though.
Yeah.
Right?
There's going to be some trees, but she's got at least a straddle out.
Some solid jukes by our catch cam down there. Scoggins. Corver.
Trusting her shot enough to take the middle gap. We're not going to see a lot this weekend. Oh, and it just finishes and fades out left. She's going to have some trouble.
Ellie Ezra. Been a little rocky lately. Bogeys on 3 of the last 5. There's a birdie in that stretch as well, though.
Turn.
This is fantastic if it holds on.
Oh, my. Well, Brian, you're right there. Can you tell us about Mittling's putt? Does she have a look?
It'll definitely be a highlight putt if she hits it. She's got a pretty steep hyzer she has to deal with. She's outside circle 1 by a significant amount. I don't know. We'll see if she lays it up or not. I think she might lay it up.
All right, fair enough, Brian. We'll hope for the best for Mittling.
That thing was just roll. There's that little mouth.
Cab Merch. We're on 13. Excuse me. 14. Talk to me, Zoe. What do you think about that one?
Well, I was waiting for the spotter to give me some body language. She's just off in the rough. No real damage. She's going to have, I mean, she can play this for par.
Hanley.
Beautiful distance on the edge of the fairway. Holland is in great shape.
And back to 13 for Scoggins.
Oh, crap. Come on.
Oh, and planning to lay up. Oh, crap, almost making it in, and now she's safely in the circle.
I was trying to lay up.
Which is not something we see Owen do very often,
No.
so she was disappointed that she didn't execute the layup and almost ran it.
King on 14.
Very similar to Holland's, just a lot higher in the air, so it gets over to the other side of the fairway.
Ooh, that's a rude spot to finish.
Right next to that tree.
Yeah.
Gonna be a little difficult.
Might force a forehand or something. Corver having to find a window out. Back on 13 for her second.
Difficult just to get out and close to the basket from here.
Stop. Well, not that way. Darn it.
And she'll still have a little bit of work to do to clean up her par.
There's a couple golf games aging like fine wine on this card, Zoe. Scoggins and Corver, man. A couple French Bordeaux right there.
That's true. How cool that we have the network and we're in these incredible times of women's disc golf and we get to see it.
Yeah. They're both coming off world championships in the age-protected wins, right?
Mm-hmm. 40 and 50.
Yeah. Mittling.
Yep. Safe approach.
As Brian called, just laying that one up. Ganon.
And there is a lot between Missy and the basket. There's a little bit of bushel and ground action in front of her, and then we've got the angled tree between her and the basket, 2 of them. She is definitely lining this one up. Now, think about this also. There's that cliff behind the basket and OB at the bottom of it, so it's definitely a little trouble if there's not a connection with metal.
It works as a layup. And Corver pretty blocked out for this par putt.
This is about one of the most difficult situations you could be in. There's danger behind the basket. You're definitely putting the pressure on yourself to card the par, get up and down. An Annie putt might just hyzer out. A hyzer putt might not get around the tree. Choosing the Anheuser angle.
Online, but just short. Is the bid for Corver. She'll pick up a bogey here. Scoggins walking to a par putt to avoid that fate. And Scoggins having to go to the straddle as well. A little uncomfortable.
No problem for Owen Scoggins.
This is a Ganon par, followed by a Corver bogey and a middling par. Cap Merch on 14. Progress. It will not birdie. Hanley in her second. Can she set up a birdie look? Definitely has the airspace, Zoe.
She's got the room, but is it too awkward?
I would have thrown a backhand there. I don't know.
Yeah, to be able to stand still and stretch out, throw the backhand turnover may have been easier.
Yeah.
I thought that looked a little too pinched off, but Holland's comfort zone was the forehand.
Totally true. King in her second.
From the other side of the fairway in really similar position.
Wow, that powered through.
Yeah.
And I look at birdie. Speaking of power, this is a powered by Nakwa moment provided by Haley King, powering through the leaves into circle one. Huge thanks to our friends at Nakwa, home of lifestyle power. Want to keep your phone charged on the course? Grab one of those Nakwa batteries. Taking a look at 14, Zoe.
What a cool hole. Par 4, 606 feet. It's a wide open downhill tee shot. Everybody loves that. No OB, just very natural rough. If you take a look on the right-hand side of your screen, that is death. And then, let's see. So at 345 feet, you've got a lot of elevation loss here, 25 feet to be specific. And then OB does come into play for the second shot. What we just witnessed out of Holland and Haley. Well, Holland might not have powered through. We'll have to wait and see what the result is for her disc. But you've got to get over that OB creek, and then the OB funnels along the right-hand side of the green in circle two. A lot can happen in this fairway, but if you know your landing zones, the birdie is attainable.
Hanley throwing three.
Wow, that was a great approach from not having any power from the legs, having to take the knee uphill drastically. She's got a putt.
Cat Merch also throwing three. Has that left for par. Let's jump back to the tee of the same for Ganon.
Great place to be. And you can see, big wide open tee shot. I talked about it, but there's a lot of wind. So it's not simple to land in the middle of the fairway. You still have to execute, and you still have to be able to choose the right stability to power through the wind.
Scoggins. Owning business. She gives it a meh, and she walks back to the bag. Mittling. Looks like another slower disc out of Eliezer.
Yeah, that just continued to kind of flip up and pan down. That's a pretty great drive. I think she's the best of the bunch.
Let's jump to the green. Par look for Hanley to maintain 3 strokes. Perfect putt from Hanley. It's been slow, a little lately, but this course does kind of toughen up down the stretch, though.
Yeah, we're just getting into like the major teeth, the hardest parts of the course. 16, 17, and 18, you got to survive.
King for solo second and to get within 2. Haley King finds the cage. Was online, just dropped a little early.
A lot of thinking going on between the ears for Haley King, trying to analyze what's going on with her putt.
Par for Murch follows the Mondujono par. And King will do the same. Looks like par's around there for your second feature card on 14. They're heading to the gauntlet, though. The fairway of the same for your feature card. Corver and her second. Sneaks it into circle 2. The worst she's going to do from there is par. Cat Murch, tee of 15.
Oh, I thought that was going to be such a perfect shot.
It nearly was.
How unlucky to square that tree.
Oh, brutal. Scoggins will throw her second back on 14. Getting stability a little later than she needed. That's out in circle 2 for Own. Hanley on the tee of 15.
And that is incredible. Yeah. She's way up past that tree we just saw Kat connect with, and she pushed the OB line deep, which is how you get yourself in position for the birdie.
Back to 14, Ganon and her second. Can this flip enough? That was pretty.
It does, yes. Very good shot from Missy Ganon.
I like it.
And Brian, we're watching Eliezer ready her second. I'm told you did some finger research on Mittling. What'd you find out?
Yeah, you know, previously on 9 I had said that, you know, she has the glue with her, so clearly she's done this before, but really I realized that she actually just did it for the first time a week ago. She said she tried to give herself some time off to heal, but it's not looking too good. But clearly right now she's playing decent. She's doing her best to maintain.
Yeah, she's playing through it really nicely. That thing was on a rope, too.
That was, and it hit a low hanging branch, which actually took it away from being line driven to the basket. But just like Brian mentioned, Ellie was only able to take about a week off, and those types of cuts, skin breaks, they take longer than that to heal, and disc golf is just going to keep reopening them. Got to have the glue in the bag.
The drive on 15 for King is decent, not great.
For her power, distance, and all of the shots in her bag, that's a great place for her to be. She can attack the basket from there. It's just a matter of execution.
Kat Merch found the tree with her drive. This taking birdie out of the equation here, Zoe?
Well, depending on how aggressive she gets, let's just see how much distance. That was not a very fast disc.
And it was a pretty sawed off for Merch as well.
It could have been in play for her, but she needed that to be a lot flatter and a lot straighter.
Yeah. I think the OB left is well into the woods, so Merch should be safe for her third. Manduhano into her second.
And right here, you can tell it's blind. You got to know where the basket is and know your distance. This is looking good, funneling right to the pin.
Nicely done. Scoggins for birdie, can't make it work. King throwing two.
Can it get left enough? So she's got an opportunity. I think she's just at the back of circle one.
Mittling. A birdie putt finds the bottom for Eliezer. Gets a 3 under and a share of second again. 3 back of Hanley. Speaking of Hanley, throwing two. The drive was fantastic. Going really slow for the second.
Yeah, this is ideal position. That was a little high. Oh, perfect actually out of the hand.
Oh.
Oh. Just kidding.
That drive was too good.
A little powerful.
Yeah.
She's actually in circle two deep.
Yeah, that was a honestly pretty bad miss, Zoe.
Man, I figured with that slower speed that wasn't going to be the problem.
Right. Scoggins for par. Maintaining her share of second. Ganon. This is a birdie putt. And like that, she's only 1 stroke off second place. How about that? What a fight.
Look at those first 4 holes, and then look at the rest of the card. Missy is incredible. She's a contender no matter what.
Yeah. And she's scoring on the harder part of the course, too.
Yeah.
The front, 7 or so, that's where you want to grab your strokes.
Don't count her out. She's in your top 10, and look at the stack up.
Yeah.
Holland 3 clear of the field, which is incredible, but we know Holland's, she's been in first place a few times and not really liked that pressure.
Yeah. Merch pitches out pretty well right there. That should work for a 4 and a par. Looks like Holland Hanley walking to her approach well along the pin. In the meantime, on the tee, Ganon.
And although it was quite a bit low, she's actually in the center of the fairway. It's going to take now a distance or a drive to get to the pin, and she still could do it.
Mittling.
Although she didn't sound like she liked it out of the hands, that is close to textbook, and it's definitely where you want to be, in the middle of the fairway past that tree.
Yep. Scoggins. Unusual shot selection for the shape, Zoe.
Yeah, we really don't see Own doing serious left to right Anheuser force overs, and she's thrown over stable, so she actually curls up to short of where Ellie is, but she's in the center of the fairway on the hill. Fantastic shot, and like, way to push yourself, Own Scoggins, still developing more shot shapes.
Unconventional, but effective. Hanley in her third. That was a good pitch back up the hill to just outside bullseye for par. King looking at birdie. Within two goes Haley King and solo second. Manduhano also has a birdie look. You saw the approach a few moments ago. And Haley King, one of the scarier names to have nipping at your heels, Zoe.
Yeah, I feel that, and she's been a major champion, a Disc Golf Pro Tour champion before. She's got the experience. It's just kind of how is Haley feeling that day? Is she going to stay confident and play smart?
Yeah. Cat Merch for par. Her new caddy has really seemed to help with the mental game. You know?
Cat Merches?
No, Haley King.
Oh, yeah. I was like, I didn't know the Cat Merch had a new caddy, but yes. Consistency, yeah. A tour partner on the road, that is a relationship that can continue to grow on the course and is really helpful.
A nice par clean up from Hanley. Let's jump back to the fairway for Ganon in her second.
Ooh, she is very close to that tree. I was hoping she was just about a foot higher. This is going to really create difficult for swinging room difficulty. Seems like she's going to take one of her more understable thrashers and try to flip it up the hill and then watch it finish. This is a very technical and dangerous shot. And the uphill run-up you have to add into the difficulty. She's going to have to really stay athletic in the knees to go and finish into the hill in order for her to keep the angle and height she wants on the release.
Really nice shot from Ganon.
Yeah, okay, so she's out in circle 2, Ian, but she has an open look at the birdie.
Yeah, I don't know that you could do much better from where she was.
No, that was great.
Scoggins planning her second.
Exactly how she drew it up. That was a great shot for Own.
That's a great cut on that swing to keep it straight. 16, Haley King. Just 2 off the lead. Oh, and she pierced this gap, Zoe.
Beautiful shot. We saw Holly Finley earlier make one that was just a little bit closer, but this is a dream come true. This is the beginning of the toughest stretch on the course.
Let's roll back a Zuka from the catch cam. Oh my, bullseye's edge for King. Get it. Trying to apply some pressure to Hanley. Before that though, Merch.
Just missing that guardian tree. Ooh. She's in the circle.
What a great miss that was.
Yeah.
So bad it was good again. Holland Hanley. Needs the birdie to not drop a stroke to King.
Oh, no, please.
Oh, and she just misses that left side. Again, sometimes you miss so far that you miss good, and we just saw that twice in a row.
Sure did. Fortunate results there for Merch and Hanley. We're jumping back to 15. Mittling in her second. Oh, we're going left, Zoe.
Too left, too far left. I'm a little worried about that one. Brian, do you have eyes on where Ellie's disc went?
It definitely didn't pop through as much as Juliana Corver's. Juliana actually has a look at the basket from her second shot. But Ellie bled hers a little bit too far to the left. It's going to be pretty hairy getting up to the basket, unfortunately.
So yeah, there, Brian, thank you. A look at the hole from our Flight Factory drone.
And when you're off into the rough, you can see you're lucky to have a gap to get back to the fairway or see the basket. So a little worried about Ellie's positioning here.
The birdie look for Ellie Ezra. Oh, gosh.
A tricky little elevator putt window, so she's right next to it.
Ganon has a look at birdie despite the drive. What an up and down this would be. To get within 3 of Hanley for the moment. A lot to ask for out of Ganon. That'll turn into a par. And Brian letting us know Corver popped through and has somewhat of a birdie look.
It's more of her view that's obstructed versus her arm swing, but as we all know, what the eyes see, it's hard to lie to the body, so although her arm can swing it, she just didn't find the comfort.
And pitches it over inside the bullseye for par. And I'll keep Corver at 3 over on the day. Scoggins has a birdie look and drops it in. Let's go. A share of second place. Tied with Haley King. Dropped in par for Corver. Gannon and Mittling will do the same. Hanley for birdie and to push the lead back to 3. Heavy chains. That doesn't do the job. Tried to Michael Jordan it in.
And that one hurts because she knew she got away with one on the tee and she knows where Haley's sitting.
True.
A little more emotion on that miss.
The lead will likely be 1. Cat Merch. It is within, oh, sorry, within 2. Pretty right there.
Thank you.
Ooh. Mamuhana. Nicely done. And now King within 1. There's the par for Holland. And a look at your top 10. The gap is nearly gone for Hanley, down to 1.
This is exciting. Man, this is like final round, round 1 stuff.
Kind of feels like it,
We're coming into, yeah, some of the hardest stretch in the final holes, and the lead has been cut to 1. Holland's been playing solid. She's found a little bit of trouble here and there, but Haley is now starting to clutch up. Owen doing sneaky things on this feature card here.
Trying to sneak up the green on 16. No. Almost.
Almost.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Just need to beat that one. Looks like Missy Ganon stepping up next.
The kicks are almost back into the middle of the fairway, but it's actually in line with those right side trees. That's going to be a difficult just approach from there.
Middling.
One of the most demanding tee shots from one of the most beautiful tee pads.
Almost got it.
A little wide, but she's got an open look.
She does have a look, yeah. Corver still looking to get on the board. This will be the place to do it. It's a nice Corver shaped shot. Nice low line drive. Hey.
Beautiful shot from Juliana. I love to see it. Just laces it. Throw in with the fall line.
Let's check out our one-shot replay from Juliana Corver. And make sure you guys head over to oneshotenergy.com and use coupon code DGPT for 25% off your order. Lovely stuff from Corver.
Yeah, Haley King, JK, and then earlier Holly Finley just absolutely understood and executed this tee shot.
The hole's down there somewhere. I think you can kind of see the fairway. It's not very big.
You can see a couple humans.
There's a
look
disc
like
down
ants
there.
in there.
And Holland Hanley had that great start, Zoe, but it's been pretty slow.
Yeah, and that's disc golf. That's
Yeah.
the definition of golf is taking it, as it comes and being able to accept any kind of adversity throughout the round and then just staying within your game.
She was 6 down on the front nine and even since then. Scoggins throwing 2.
All she needed to do was get to the basket, and she's there. A lot of trees littered throughout this fairway. Very, very tight lines. If you're not on the fairway, you still have to be able to throw and weave trees.
Ganon, her second.
And I wondered about that. Just because she's in that line of trees, the stance has to be a little bit different. Great approach.
Ellie Ezra walking to her long birdie look.
Just a little bit of left side chains, not quite enough to land it.
And Corver, let's get on the board and grab a stroke on the card. Let's go. It does the job. Corver on the board.
Tone technology by Clash Discs.
Hello, we're Kenna. We're a Dutch growing company. We love plants and we want to tell you some cool things about them. Just like humans, plants can communicate. They can sense when another plant is close. Plants look out for each other too. They warn neighbors about nearby threats by secreting substances. And studies have shown that plants love a good tune. We love and understand plants. Let our passion excite you too.
The number one reason I switched from bag to cart is pretty simple. It takes weight off of my back, easier to play a course.
I realized that the cart became something I really needed when little things would happen. I'd pick up my bag and my elbow would hurt.
Using a cart decreases the bending over, the weight on my lower back. Decide to go with Suka, and seeing that my sciatic nerve is gone and I don't need to worry. Only one thing I have to worry about to get birdie, because my Suka done it all for me.
Welcome back. Natalie Ryan heading into the woods on 18. This is her putt for par. Consolation prize is the stroke she grabbed on the field back on 17, the only birdie of the day on that one. Ryan will pick up a bogey and drop to 3. And tie for 5th. Let's check out Andyke's keys for closing, brought to you by our friends at blackinkdisc.com, the premium disc golf store.
Well, you've already seen it. You've got to hit the gap. They're very tight off the tee. That's the first job that has to be done. And then stay present and focused. So many things can happen. OB, early tree kicks, missed landing zones. You've got to stay focused in the moment, stay focused on your game, and make the right decision on hole 18 so that you can go into round 2 feeling good.
Let's take a look at this new 17, Zoe.
Yeah, what a cool change on this course. Par 4, 493 feet. There's only one gap out. We're flying right through it. You'd have to get extremely lucky if you were going to fly any other gap. And really just getting out the gap is the first goal. A little bit of distance up to this OB line right here would be great. You got to be right or left of the tree if you don't want any problems. And then you have to land a very small island green landing zone. It's bigger than the circle's edge on the short side, and OB is actually only about, I think I counted 15 feet behind the basket. So although we've got the regular diameter of landing zone to land in, OB is just deep of the basket.
King on the box. The line was there. It looked like the wrong disc or the wrong angle.
I agree with that. A couple of different things could have happened there.
Yeah. Cat Merch.
This is also way more uphill than you can tell on camera. It's about 25 feet of elevation gain just to the landing zone. And you got to double that to get to the basket.
There's a miss from Merch and is punished for it.
What are you?
Playing for par now is Cat Merch. In lead car position for tomorrow, we'll need to hold on to that 4 to make it happen. Manduhano. Pretty ideal.
Yeah, great shot to get out. She'll probably be throwing left of that tree that's at the edge of OB now. She's got that Anheuser.
Hanley.
Fantastic shot from Holland. Well executed.
With you. Oh, Is that a baby raccoon? Or just a little one?
Maybe that's a teenager. Definitely a young raccoon.
Oh, I think so, yeah. Pretty brave.
Yeah, you're just hanging out on the disc golf course. Watch out, little buddy. Plastic is flying.
It is. Speaking of plastic flying, Merch enters second.
That's great angle control to get out of where she was. I wasn't sure if she was going to take the tight gap or that Anheuser line. She did great.
And welcome to the booth at Pickard Park. What do you make of this new finishing holes, Zoe? Do you like them? You like the changes?
I am so in love with this course, but these final holes, to me, are the best on tour so far. I love a lot of these courses on the Disc Golf Pro Tour, but the design, the attention to detail, and how this is like not an advantage to be a far thrower. This is not an advantage to be the best putter. It's an advantage to have all of the golf shots and put it together, you know?
Yeah.
This is the best kind of golf we could be watching.
Yeah, we heard Ganon talking a little earlier about, how bogey wasn't in play on the old 18, but now it's definitely there. We're going to see some stroke swings on Sunday.
Yeah, all three, 16, 17, and 18, we're going to see leaderboard changes. We're going to see dreams pretty much shot, and then dreams coming true if you can execute.
Yeah, it's going to be fun to watch for sure.
Yeah.
I love everyone's, I feel like the Fort kind of set off a trend. You remember,
Yes.
Worlds, you got to have a fun, dynamic 18. I feel like everyone on tour is kind of living up to that.
Yeah, and I think it's the goal. The course design has just got improved so much over the years, and to have that really tough finishing hole is really what everybody wants, even the players.
King overturned first, throwing her second, likely just to the, short of the out of bounds. Is that the spot, Zoe? You like that one?
Okay.
Yeah.
Brian, down on the ground. Brian, what does she have? What's Haley looking at from that out?
She's going to have a shot to the green, but it's going to be a pretty tricky one. If you're not really close to this front side of the out of bounds on this first landing zone, you actually can't see the front of the island green. You can't see the OB stakes on the front side, so your depth perception gets really thrown off. So we'll see if she goes for it or lays up again. I mean, I'm sure she will. She's only about 25, 30 feet off the front, but it still makes it that much more challenging.
Ryan, thank you for that. Looks like we just saw Mondo Hano come up short of the island green for her second. Cat Merch throwing her third. It is going to be a big shot to get to the green, Zoe.
Yeah, it was unfortunate to see Val come up short there, but that just lends to how much more you want off the tee.
Oh, Merch disaster.
Took all the speed off of her throw. Really struggling on 17, so that's 2 mistakes so far for Cat Merch on 1 fairway. She's trying to close out this round, and she's sitting tied for third, but that's certainly going to drop after this hole.
Yeah, she's going to be throwing 5 from the drop zone.
Yep.
King and Caddy discussing her third.
Looking like she's getting a little bit of a position check from PDGA Live. How important is it? Well, from here, you've got to be going for the basket. Yeah, you've got a low ceiling, and this is a high-level difficulty, but she does have the power.
It seems like the airspace is for the backhand.
I agree. I think she's trying to do the right side.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, there it is. I
Right
see
side
it.
line. There we go. Checking up just in time.
Nicely done from King. She'll have that look at par.
And it's hard to do on this island green, but she's outside of the circle.
Let's take one more look at this King approach, stopping just inbounds. Good catch, Grass. And 17 on Sunday is going to wreck some dreams, Zoe. You know?
Yeah.
Gosh.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Just phenomenal design.
It's wrecking dreams on Friday, too, isn't it?
Very disappointing shot for Holland Hanley. She was in such good position. You've got to take advantage.
That tee shot was incredible, Zoe. She had all the airspace in the world to make that shot work and just turfed it.
Just too low. She is standing on an uphill, if you take a look. But she just needed the follow through and her arm swing to be a little bit higher.
So it looks likely that your leader will grab a bogey on 17.
This is a good overhead look at just what that green looks like.
That's really nice.
Yeah, it's not a big circle. It's a very awkward shape, but there's a lot of thought put into where that OB line is in conjunction to the basket.
From the drop zone, Manduhano. We saw this go poorly for Win earlier. It's not easy, but she does it well there. Cat Merch also from the drop zone, but throwing 5.
And I'm worried about this one. Yeah, red flag that never had a chance to get back in bounds.
This is kind of a gnarly drop zone, Zoe.
Yes, you got low-hanging branches.
Yeah.
It's uphill. There's tons of wind. It could be different wind where you're standing versus where the basket is. So many variables.
Hanley throwing 4.
Into the basket? Oh, no.
Into the out of bounds. 2 throws in a row for Hanley, finding the OB.
We are seeing our player just crumbling to major frustration and major anger here. This is such a well-designed hole, obviously.
It really is.
It's going to take a lot of our players' numbers.
You got to golf this one, Zoe. You're not just throwing it.
Yep, and like we just saw, you got to get out the gap far enough to golf it.
Scoggins with a nasty forehand.
That was so good.
That was awesome.
But now she's got to put every ounce of every bit of energy into getting it up there, or else make a layup.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Ganon.
Another tough thing for a player to do is get out the gap, but accept that they're too far away and make that short layup. It's only 275 feet from the tee to the OB line on this part of the fairway.
Ganon flips up the backhand nicely, hanging out with Scoggins there.
Again, 25 feet of elevation gain just to where their discs are, and another 25 feet to the basket of elevation gain.
Ellie Ezra.
Squeaks through a lucky gap on the right, and she's way up there.
Got away with that one. Did Mittling. On the green, Cat Merch. On the drop zone of the green even. That was for 6. This is also for 6, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is
Wow.
hole 17 is not Holland or Kat's favorite hole today.
Everything but in for Hanley. Come on.
And I have to say, that's got to be something to do with the wind miles per hour.
Yeah.
I was with Holland. She should be walking this one in. It was a laser. She knows her putt. It was nice and low. Just very weird on the speed there. Hit the chains wrong, and it's out of there with the wind blowing it.
Wow. Suddenly, this putt is for the solo lead for Haley King and a par. Haley King.
Clutching up when it's important. We know Haley has all of the skills, all of the makings to do something like that, and this is the most important time, and she puts it together.
Wow. The strokes we just saw on 17.
Nobody would have been able to predict that was going to happen to this poor second feature card. And as we know, our top feature card has been able to witness everything that just happened. Hopefully they can take some of that information, whether it be which way the wind is blowing or bad decision making, and make some adjustments.
Ganon lining up her second. Brian, I'd love to get your thoughts on all these second shots here.
Yeah, they're all very low ceiling. These are so challenging. The wind is blowing right in their face, maybe a little bit head left to right. Missy just blew this one out of bounds right. This is such a risky shot to go for the green from this right side.
Gosh.
I'm curious to see whether or not the rest of this card actually lays up to that front left side. Gives them a little bit better depth perception getting up to the island. Again, those front stakes of the out of bounds are not visible if you're far enough back in this island. So I think all these players are making this tough decision right now. Do I really want to throw 70 feet left? It's a fast driver in JK's hand. It looks like she is eyeing the shot up to the green.
Well, nice layup. Good job.
And the layup unintentionally, but actually puts her into a decent spot. Oh, I'm going to go forehand. This opens things up a little bit. She has to push the left side a little bit more now. It's got to skip a little bit. Got it. Beautiful forehand. Back to you.
Thank you, Brian. Wow, Scoggins just sneaking that in.
Incredible and intense stuff.
Wow.
Everyone wondering, does she have the distance to do it? She did.
This landed like 10 feet short and just dribbled its way in bounds. Oh my goodness.
It's some pretty tall grass,
Yeah.
too.
Oh, gets the green. You love it for Scoggins.
And now, let's check out the mojo being added. Owen Scoggins is ready for hole 18 after so much success here.
Yeah. If she makes that putt, she'll have a share of the lead. How about that?
How about that? We did not see any of this coming just about 2 holes ago.
Oh. Mittling. With her arm, no doubt about the intentions here. Nicely done from Ali Ezra into circle 1. A look at birdie. Has that for a share of second. Corver, her third. Attacking the island green. That was just perfect.
Can't do much better unless you're going in the basket.
That's a great 4. A 4 is losing the stroke to right now just Natalie Ryan. King on 18's tee.
Great shot for Haley.
Mm-hmm. Hanley coming off the triple bogey on the last. In business off 18's tee. From the drop zone, Ganon in her 4th. Really nice shot from Missy. We've seen how badly that shot can go, Zoe.
That's right. Just got to execute one shot at a time. Keep it together.
I think about half the approaches we've seen from that drop zone have found OB again.
Mm-hmm.
Flight Factory giving us a live look down at your gallery and drone on 17's green. Is it Iowa shaped, Zoe? The green?
You know, I had never thought of something like that. Maybe that's what we've got going on.
There we go.
Beautiful.
On point is your Iowa scene here. Scoggins for a share of the lead. would have been just the second birdie of the day on 17.
I would have loved to see Owen grab that. It was so close.
She's... Ezra also has a birdie look, and again, we're just the second of the day and a share of second place with Scoggins.
So happy to see it. That is huge. Ellie just came up on her entire field except for one player.
She made that look really easy, Zoe.
Yes.
Ganon for bogey. OB second, that's a nice bogey cleanup. And Corver and Scoggins will grab par. And nicely done from Juliana. The unintended layup worked, Zoe.
Yeah.
On 18, King throwing her second.
And this is exactly what we're going to see out of Holland, hoping to match King. They're in very similar positions, and being able to access that left side is so important. It makes it so much easier to attack the pin.
And Haley King will have at least a one-stroke lead heading into the moving day. Haley King, another birdie drop in. We'll show you that drop in on the other side of this break. We'll be back in just a few.
Introducing the Birdie Derby, a ready-to-run tournament package from Prodigy Disc. It's the perfect 3-disc tournament to welcome new players and give experienced throwers something new to try. Running a Birdie Derby is a great way to engage your local community and discover new discs in a ready-to-go package. Learn more and host a derby today at discgolfderby.com.
Beth at 69.
I just told myself, you got to will this one in there. Whatever you have, just will it in there.
This man is unbelievable.
This is what athletes live for. This is the moment.
Pound's the best of the best. It's the quality, the craftsmanship, the vision for what a bag could be. Let's start from the beginning. I didn't choose Pound, I chose Levi. I trusted Levi to make the best bag possible.
He's always trying to innovate. He wants it to be perfect. And I think he's the kind of guy that nothing's ever perfect.
I trust the product, I trust the people behind the product.
At this point, I don't think anyone's disputing that it's the best made bag.
Welcome back. Hanley throwing 2 on 18. That just died. Just absolutely died in the air. What was that?
Ian.
This is a tale of 2 9s for Hanley.
That is just not what the plan said for Holland, and it seems like when the wheels came off, every single one of them did. She's going to have a lot of thoughts and memories about what happened today, but a lot of cleanup, and then she's got to do it quickly because round 2 and 3 could still be enough time to catch up.
Yep. T of 18. Eliezer coming off the birdie on 17. I do need to sneak in a quick correction. Stacey Ronsley also got 17 and backed it up with 18 as well.
Wow.
Yeah. Ooh, this is looking nice. I see her shaking the finger too, Zoe.
Yep.
See that?
You did see that. She's in pretty good position. That will give her the left side, I believe, to attack the pin. There is an inside gap on the right side, but it is certainly not the desirable portion of the fairway.
Korver. Nothing wrong with that. Scoggins. And now Ganon. Everyone out the gap clean. Jumping ahead to the green. King taps in the birdie. Moves to 6. The lead is 2.
Wow. And just like that, so many names have moved up and down the leaderboard.
Scoggins can get within 1. She birdies on 18. She'll need a very big second shot here.
And that is a big ask. Yeah, she's got to take it out wide, but you got to come back in. There's quite a bit of distance between her and the pin. And that is exactly how it had to be in order for her to get there. She cut that exactly perfect, close to the tree. Birdie looking like it's going to be Owen's fate.
Ganon and her second. Missy can get within 4 of the lead with an up and down. Very much in the mix as your 2021 champion. Just a little low from Missy. Out in the fairway still. Mittling throwing 2.
Heads up.
Oh no. Ian, that looked like it just fell out of her hand.
Did she step on her disc when she threw? Like
the one that was pushed out of the way? That could have been possible for the back foot sliding out. That is a reason that the disc would come out early.
Oh man.
Bummer.
Such a great round too. It'll still be, I mean, she probably gets in with a bogey, right? So still a 3. But 5 is right there.
Trying to get the crowd hyped up for these last few shots in round 1.
Eliezer grabbing a meter in for her 4th.
Yeah, so we got to think about how long Ellie has been playing disc golf, and then think about her card mates. So the next youngest card mate is doubling her age.
Yeah,
and
I thought earlier in the round.
Yeah, every single one of them probably have about 100 years of experience. You know, it's like, this is incredible that she is throwing as well as she is with the cameras at her face. That was a great shot, and she's in the mix.
She'll be bottom of your lead card or top of your chase, depending on PDGA number. And I imagine she's losing out to Monduhano and Ryan.
Yep, that's a fair bet. They've been in the game for a while.
Yep.
Especially the Monduhano sisters.
And it is Monduhano over Ryan for that last spot. Although, I guess, will they both be on? Yeah, looks like they will. Third for Korver. over for another par. And Ganon for birdie. All kinds of want on that one.
Mm-hmm.
Gotcha.
Nudging her card mate's disc on her putter's landing.
Yep. And Owen Scoggins has a birdie look and to get within one of the lead. Here it is from the Flight Factory. Owen Scoggins. Doesn't matter the course. She's just gonna ball out.
Yep. I really like the presence that Owen brings onto our Disc Golf Pro Tour, from the age factor to the fact that she never really had a lot of distance in her throw, and she's still able to add and compile upon that distance, and then she's even adding into her shot shapes.
Yeah.
Incredible stuff. Not to mention just the pure joyful demeanor.
Pars for Ganon and Corver. A bogey there for Mittling.
Thanks so much, guys. Thank you for coming. Appreciate you guys so much. Appreciate it. Thanks so much.
And what a day in Pickard Park. This felt like it took half an hour, Zoe. It was just action-packed, flying the whole way through.
I gotta thank the Mother Nature for not giving us any weather delays,
Definitely
number
there.
one. And I am blown away by how fast we did just skate through this course.
Biggest takeaway on the day for round one here, Zoe.
This is anybody's ball game.
I like that.
And what I mean by that is we're going to see so much more change up due to those final holes in round 2 and round 3. So I'd say place your bets early and then just send your player like the most positive vibes that they can keep it together and execute.
Yeah, that whole 17.
This is anybody's game.
It's going to be interesting on Sunday. I can't wait to watch it. We're going to send it off to one more quick break. On the other side, we'll have the OTB after show as well as the OTB shot of the day. Maybe an interview or two. We'll find.
EDGE is a nationally recognized 501c3 charitable organization.
What we do is we empower the teachers with complete programming along with the equipment and a standardized curriculum. So you have a one-stop shop for teachers and youth educators. That's really what EDGE is. It makes everything simple for the teacher to get involved with disc golf.
If we want disc golf to be recognized, we need to introduce disc golf to the youth. And if nothing else, they've got a healthy game that they can enjoy with their families throughout the rest of their lives.
Telemetry in launch condition. Affirmative. Missile and internal DC. Affirmative. 10, 9, 8, 8. Ignition. Maintain. 4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
Welcome back. Let's check out some highlights from your leader, Haley King. Hole 5 in front of the hive. Hates it. And sparked.
And she was able to get the putter going, clutching up when it was to make par putts and some bigger birdie putts.
Totally true. This is on 16, that narrow hallway.
And I think to start the stretch off like that gave her all that positive energy just to skate through these holes, doing so nicely.
Gosh, she birdied 3 of the last 4 down the stretch and parred 17, which is good.
That's a dream scorecard to finish.
There is that scorecard for Haley King. Just the 2 bogeys, and gosh, that one-on-one. She putted OB.
Yeah, nobody would have seen that coming. She had the furthest drive of the field on hole 1.
Wow. And welcome into the booth for a final time. It is time to wrap it up. Zoe, do you know what the OTB shot of the day is today?
Really thinking about this. I think it's going to be a drive.
Okay.
And it's going to be, man, Ian, I don't know, hole 4, those ace runs coming down over the water.
Oh, we got the ace.
Oh, duh. Hey, let's give it to our brand new.
We're fired.
Yeah, featured debut on tour here. It was hole 5.
It was.
With the beehives.
Yeah. All right, that's our guess for the OTB shot of the day. Let's fire that thing off.
Yeah, let's see it again and again.
Yeah, wouldn't
and then
mind
again.
At all. This is Marks at 1.
So cool. And that was to open our entire broadcast. What a moment. What a memory solidified in history for her.
Man, love that. And I hope you guys enjoyed the show this morning. Make sure you come back for the gents, kicking off at 2:30 with Tournament Central, 3 o'clock for the broadcast, and then we'll be back again tomorrow morning at 9. Zoe and I for the ladies. Hope you guys enjoyed the show, and we'll catch you in just a bit for the gents.